Hello, Crystal Stargirl. Oh, and it's a Pikmin. Just waiting on some tools I ordered so I can fix some of the consoles that need to be cleaned. Nice. Also, I'm just gonna get this ready to be pinned.
You know me, it'd be a good idea if you turn on your headset before joining into a Discord call for the third time.
Oops.
I keep doing it down in my head. It's just the one time it keeps happening.
It's like, all right, I need to. It's like I need to have this on, don't I? And thankfully it didn't glitch out making much 3 more heads. That's good. We don't want that. Alright, with that countdown done and over with, hello everyone! It is I, Realm Warriors, a PNG tuber who predominantly does artwork, and welcome to day 3 of the lore-a-thon. Yesterday, we did finish up that piece involving Kamiko and talked quite a bit about his character and the things that he's going to be doing throughout the entire story as the main character for the Rise to Superior. We managed to get a little bit done after that, so we decided to work a little bit on Twilight just to get hers done and get some stuff done with her to make it easier to finish hers, because I feel like, you know what, we might have the time to actually finish her rough sheet completely today, because honestly, all I really have to do is just do a little bit of shading work on the expressions and whatnot, and I think that's really all I want to do for that reference sheet, because everything else I think is just perfectly fine. Because normally, something that I would really do when it comes to some of the reference sheets that I do with some of these characters, and it's definitely going to be something when we touch up on Riona a bit more, it's that if they have like any kind of special tricks or attributes to them, I like to set aside something that basically to showcase like some of the things that they're able to do. Like, you probably saw like there were 2 like separate sheets for Kamiko. One where it's like just, you know, how he looks, some of the facial expressions that he can make, just some things that he can do with magic. And then there was another one that was solely just what he could do with magic, as well as just bits and pieces of what his armor looks like. And typically when it comes to things a bit more elaborate than that, then yeah, that's when I usually like to add maybe a second part of the sheet and whatnot. But for Twilight, that's not going to be entirely necessary, because of all the characters within the Rise to Superior, she's the only character, well, okay, I guess not so much the only character, but the only human character who does not utilize magic, who is a mainstay in the story. So there's not really going to be much need to really showcase some of the things that she does. Like, I guess the most you could maybe probably say is, like, maybe just show, like, you know, oh, what are, like, some of her fighting stances and whatnot, but I don't think that's necessarily either because, I kind of got that already taken care of. I was able to do that as well as show what she looks like without her hoodie on all in one go. See, it's two birds in one stone. But with that, let me actually change the playlist. That actually ended perfectly.
Oh, hello, Cece.
I will answer that question in a moment, Crystal. Just let me get up Twilight's playlists. Okay, there we go. Alright, cool. So, anywho. Well, hold on. I'll see if you want... Do you want lap CC? Is that what it is? There you go. Okay, so I'm not sure if this was asked, but do any of the characters have a favorite food, and has that yet to be planned out? Not. I wouldn't say necessarily. I know, like, some. I think when Cairo Terra was here, she did ask, like, what were like their favorite, like, desserts. I know I said for Twilight, like, she's 100% an ice cream person. Like, cause Twilight does, like, want to, like, maintain, like, a decent, wants to maintain, like, a decent figure, because, you know, that helps with, aside from helping out with her workout, it also helps with her martial arts and whatnot, but for her, like, ice cream isn't too fatty, so it is something that she can enjoy having. I did also talk about, like, especially, primarily with Kamiko, because he lived a majority of his life, like, kind of homeless. He's not exactly one who was able to, like, enjoy the pleasures of having things like, you know, desserts and whatnot. So he wouldn't necessarily have a preference because of that. And I know for Rio and I said, like, she 100% adores her dangos. And if you're not sure what those are, they're basically just, they're basically like sugar-coated dumplings, like, on a stick. Like, if you've seen Naruto and you know the character named Anko, like, she eats those, like, all the time. But I know I've already talked a little bit about Twilight's character technically in the last part, but since this is the one that I really wanted to dedicate, like, her part to... Oh, I remember seeing those. Yeah, like, Rihanna really likes those. But, like, since this is the day I really wanted to dedicate to Twilight, I'm just gonna treat this as if I was just already, this is just the first day that I was working on this. Just, probably just to give a nice refresher to some of you guys of some of the things that I talked about, maybe inform some of you who weren't there yesterday. But, for Twilight as a character. So, like I mentioned, the thing that makes her, like, the unique character within this cast is the fact that of all of the mainstays, she is the only human that is not capable of using magic. There is, in fact, a trope name for this. It is known as the badass normal. It is the martial artist amongst sorcerers. It's the person who brings a gun to a wizard fight. Like, it's the reason why her aura level is, like, extremely low, because she's never actually trained in it. So, as a result of that, a lot of, like, instances where she gets involved in the story, like, combat-wise, a lot of what she does ends up having to result in her, like, having to work so much harder than anyone else around her, since she's dealing with a bunch of magic users, and she don't got any of that, so... She is the way I described it. She is the fighting game player who actually studies the matchup. Like, she'll pull up to, like, say she'll actually pull up to, like, maybe a competition and just start wrecking house against all, like, the top tier picks, and they're just like, how is she able to do all of this? It's like, because she studied the matchup.
Hello, Cece. You're looking nice and comfy, are you?
Such a pretty kitty. I will also say, Twilight is also the same age as Kamiko. She is, in fact, the 18s. In fact, when we actually do first meet her, and some of the first things that we see her, like, trying to do, she is trying to get into, like, a college education. Because the thing that she wants to be able to do is she wants to be a school teacher. And a big reason for that is because, like, so because of that kind of ambition, like, she does eventually, like, want to get into, because of that ambition, like, it is part of the reason why she is, like, very studious, she is very smart, she is intelligent. So, like, as a way of, like, being able to support Kamiko, aside from, like... Oh, hello there, Free Knight. So, aside from just being able to just support Kamiko, like, as, like, sometimes emotional support, she's also there to also be, like, you know, the brains of the group, and, like, just be there when there are just instances where Kamiko's just like, oh, that's so cool. What is that? You know, she's just there to actually give that kind of explanation when needed. Alright, but yeah, Free and I, how are you doing? Welcome to day 3 of the lore-a-thon. We're working on the character Twilight. Have you checked out my first pitch in the art room? Your first pitch? Hold on. Oh, okay, so like so the image that you have here is, I would like to present a concept of comics I'm planning on working with this, binary stars. I might check that out a bit later, because for right now, I don't want to derail too much, just because, I want to be able to just stick with, the event that's actually going on here, because this is what this is what I'm presenting, this is what I want to do. I want to put, like, talking about this on, like, a higher priority. It's poster. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's certainly a nice title for a series, Binary Stars. I like that. So, like, a big aspect with Twilight is, so, like, the reason, like, she also, like, wants to be... I should stop saying like all the time. I know these characters. I've been writing them for years. So, a big aspect with Twilight's character is that the reason that she does want to get into being, like, an educator... There we go again. The reason she wants to be an educator is because... aside from just having that kind of passion of wanting to instill knowledge onto other people... She also wants to be able to make, like, those kind of educational areas, like, a bit of a safe haven for some of those people who... Because, let's be real here. We've all gone through school life at one point in our time where we were bullied for something. And anytime our schools will tell us that, oh, we have extreme measures when it comes to, like, dealing with bullying, we don't want to... We have a high no bullying tolerance, and they do absolutely nothing when it actually happens. They always make up some kind of excuse to not do anything. Either it's like, oh, boys will be boys, or, oh, they're just messing with you, it's fine, they're not trying to hurt you, they're just having fun, and it's like, stop. This guy literally just beat me up for my lunch money. You really think that's just them simply messing with me? Twilight wants to put a higher stance on that. She wants to be able to stand against stuff of that sort, so that school environments actually can actually be something that kids can feel more safe just being able to go to, because their biggest concern should just be learning, getting smarter, and being educated. They shouldn't have to worry about looking over their shoulder about some guy potentially about ready to shove them into a locker. In fact, that's actually part of the reason why she also did pick up a bit of martial arts. That's also why she does, like, do a bit of working out here and there. And it's mainly because she also wants to have ways of being able to do self-defense for herself. I wish I grew up with that. Don't we all wish we grew up with that? Yeah, because Twilight feels very aware that, oh, some people are probably going to want to have a piece of me. They're probably going to want to, like, have some beef with me. Well, I just won't make it easy. Like, they're welcome to try. It just won't be easy. And, like, she's obviously not going to teach each students to, like, beat people up like she can. Obviously not. That would be very irresponsible of her. Like, and she's fully aware of that. But it's more so for her sake. If people decide they want to try to have smoke with her, and then she can just give it right back. In fact, it's actually that kind of mentality where Twilight wants to help people who may be a bit on the weaker side of things, either intellectually or even physically. Kamiko does kind of adopt that personality trait from Twilight to put into his own morals and ideals. So, a big reason why Kamiko is just such a self-sacrificing character who's willing to stick up for just about anyone, yeah, Twilight's the one who instilled that kind of ideology on him. It's just that Kamiko carries it to a far more extreme measure. Because, I mean, Twilight may be tough, but she's not tanking a photon laser. Kamiko could, though. He has the tools to do that. Just trying to make sure that I'm having this hair going on the right way. Some nice shading. You like it. But yeah, Twilight just 100% has no affinity to magic. She's just 100% normal girl. But that doesn't stop her from being useful, because, she actually does assist with Kamiko learning how to do some form of martial arts, because he's never been trained in that in his life. The guy's only been trained to parkour. Which is why he is, like, even when we meet him for the first time, he is, like, extremely agile. Because he's had to, like, do a lot of running and jumping for most of his life. But actually defending himself is something that he's never really had to do. Or at the very least, he's never understood how to properly do it. Like, guy does know how to throw a punch, but he doesn't really understand proper forms. He doesn't understand what goes into throwing, like, a rather strong punch. Because, like, a lot of times when people think, oh, well, throwing a punch is, like, super easy. You just throw your fist out and whatnot. But the thing about that is there are varying different forms that you do have to take in order to make that punch hit as effectively. Like, if you just go for a straight punch, it's not really going to do too much to someone. Like, you know, it's just gonna go plop, like, right against them, and maybe it might make them flinch a little bit. Maybe, hold on, I am being called. Apologies for that. I was being called to reschedule a doctor's appointment because the one that I was going to be having in October, they said that they weren't going to be available then, so we had to do a rescheduling. Alright, now, if I could be refreshed on where I left off before that happened. Because I know I was in the middle of a spiel. So yeah, like, if anyone in chat, like, is able to, help inform me on that, that would be helpful. Stuff about learning to punch. Okay, right, so when it comes to, like, actually getting a good punch out, just simply throwing your fist out there doesn't give you enough power for that. In fact, it's actually why, and you know what? I can actually bring this up rather perfectly. You know, speaking of punch out, let's bring up Little Mac.
You ain't know where to find a Mac.
Actually, yeah, let me open this up in a separate window, because this will be easier for me to show you guys on stream what it is that I'm talking about, because this is actually very good punching form. Nope, it's not. Okay, so yeah, okay, cool. So it's right here. Hold on, let me move. Let me just move this out of the way just a little bit. So yeah, like, so you see that he's not just simply throwing a punch here, but he also does take a bit of a step forward and he winds up a little bit. It's because of that distance between, it's mainly, okay, not the distance, but it's mainly just because how far he's pulling it back and allowing the punch to have more room to just speed up and reach its destination for a hit. That speed and the ability to wind up helping you build up that power is what ends up helping you get that much stronger punch. Because the fun fact, too, when it comes to punching is that a lot of the strength in your punch doesn't actually come from your arm. It actually comes from your leg. Because as you note, our legs really are just literally the standing foundation of where a lot of, like, our strength does end up coming from. It's why whenever you're told to lift stuff, and people tell you lift with your legs, not lift with your back. Because for one, that's bad for your back, but also secondly, because that's where a lot of your power comes from. Like, a lot of your big muscles do come from your legs. So you transfer that energy. So, like, as you see Little Mac here, yeah, you see him, like, I kind of wish I could pause the GIF, but, like, you see that he is, like, on his leg. That's where all that power is coming from. That power transfers from his leg to his arm in order to move that energy to throw a much stronger punch. And that's something that, that's one of the things that Twilight ends up actually teaching, the guy. There we go. So yeah, that's because of because of Twilight's, like, expertise in martial arts, that is, like, one of the things that she does end up teaching Kamiko when it comes to having proper form. Speaking of Twilight's combat style, so she actually utilizes a very interesting type of fighting style, and it is known as Bakufudo. And essentially what Bakufudo consists of is that it is a martial arts technique that comprises a lot of other pre-existing martial arts, like a lot of things like, okay, so, you may know things like, the tiger style, you may know things like karate, taekwondo. Like, it basically takes a good majority of, like, some of the best martial arts out there, take some of their best aspects of it and puts it into the ultimate fighting style that is adapted to different scenarios. And that's a big thing when it comes to Twilight, because that's a big, like, that's the big thing that helps to truly make her... Okay, hold on, I need to actually get my proper words here. That is the kind of allegory that Twilight does stand in for. She is a proper representation of the human's ability to adapt, to change, to adjust. And I think because she is a character who doesn't have any magic, yet she's involved in this giant war full of things that can do magic and is able to hold her own well in it, I think helps to solidify that idea even further. Because, yeah, she really is just out of her element, but finds a way to fit in regardless. And it's also just something that makes a lot of her story beats just far more interesting, because we get to see how a normal person has to try to survive and adapt to this new environment, to these new situations that they've never been a part of before. Like, having to defend herself against, like, some random thugs on the street. Sure, she's had to do that quite a bit. She understands how to do that. She knows how to take care of herself and that sort. Guys from the Shadow Realm coming up? She's never seen that before. She don't know what to do at first. I also do want to just reiterate as well, primarily to you people in the audience, I do have a pinned message in the chat where, yeah, if at any point there's something else that you want to ask about the characters, like, it could be anything at all, by all means, feel free to ask them, and I will answer them within reason. Because, of course, I don't want to go opening up too much about these guys. There's some things I need to keep for suspense reasons. It'd be like if Kishimoto... It's like, nah, it's your recipe. But yeah, it's like if Kishimoto were to just suddenly, like, open up the first chapter of Naruto and just be like, oh, by the way, it's like, oh, by the way, he's the son of the 4th Hokage. It's like, wait, what? Like, no, not even any kind of build up to that? Oh, no, let's be real here. He didn't really build that up well either. Like, he made it so painfully obvious. Yeah, if there's anything that you do want to learn about the character, you're free to ask about it. And I will provide whatever answers that I can. But the other thing, too, about Twilight as well, which also makes her a rather fun character to write for, is that... So, when we were working on Kamiko, someone brought up the idea that, oh, even a character like Kamiko would probably be sarcastic at times. The funny thing about that is, if you're looking for a rather sarcastic character, that's actually Twilight. Like, she's not afraid to get sassy. Like, I think I piggybacked off of a previous question that was asked during the segment with Kamiko, where if Twilight were to ever be referred to as, like, say, oh, you're a doo-doo head, she'd probably look at that person and just be like, you know, I don't know what I should be more offended by. The fact that you called me a 5th grade insult, or apparently shithead was just too much effort for your brain. Oh, and here come the ads. You guys have fun with those. So, I guess in the midst of the ad break, so you guys aren't necessarily missing too much, but it's at least something to have for the VOD when I eventually upload it. I'll be uploading day 2 as soon as this is done, just like I did with day 1, because I did post day 1's VOD up on the YouTube channel, so you guys are free to take a look at that. But yeah, like, as soon as I'm done with this stream, I will be working on getting I'll be working on getting the second VOD up. Shouldn't take long, because it didn't take long for the last one to do that either, so... In fact, that's actually kind of the cool thing that I do like about being able to upload some of the VODs onto YouTube. They don't take anywhere near as long to do so. So, I can just... Once this stream ends up ending, I can download the VOD and just quickly get it uploaded, and then just delete the file off of my computer just so I can make some more file space. Very nice and convenient. And it also helps get the stuff out there like that I said that I'm going to. And I also made sure that this time with the actual stream announcement itself, I made sure to put the appropriate dates. That this is in fact the third day of it. I did not accidentally put in day 1 again. I do not know what you're talking about. You cannot convince me otherwise. Alright, and welcome back from the ad break, everybody. Hope you got something that you liked.
What is not back though is me being visible.
Oh,
I'm
no.
hidden behind the schedule.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's true. Hold on, let me move that back. Let's see. Come on, give me the layer. Give me the layer. Okay, there we go. There you go. Hey, look, it's Pikmin. He's been here the whole time. So angelic. What's with the calendar on the bottom right? That is the stream schedule for this entire month for the lore-a-thon, because this is going to be a month-long event. So, if you want to, yeah, I think you mean bottom left. Yeah, it's on the left side. But so yeah, this is the entire schedule that I'm going to be having for the entire month of July to do the lore-a-thon with. So as you see, since we are on the third day, being Wednesday the 3rd, and it says Twilight reference sheet, that's what we're working on for today. Like I mentioned near the beginning of the stream, I was able to work on it a little bit yesterday because we got the image that we wanted done earlier than expected. So I did get a little bit done on this to hopefully, surely, maybe get this all finished by the end of this day. Because I would like to do that. Because all I really need to do is just add some shading to the facial expressions. This is one of the ones that I'm only really doing any shading work with. Just because, typically speaking, when it comes to reference sheets, you don't usually want to shade them. I typically want to have one at least shaded, just to showcase, like, how exactly light hitting this character would look on them. But the rest of the time, no. And the reason you don't want to do that is because when you have people drawing your character, you don't want them to accidentally think that the shading is actually part of the character design itself. Crafty learned that one the hard way. Because that guy shaded his reference sheet. Someone ended up making his character, and they included the shading in the character design. And they're like, oh, wait, no, that's just the shading. That's just how the light's supposed to looks like when it hits the character. I was like, oh, I thought it was just actually part of the character design. My bad. Still, I also have plans for this month. Every Wednesday on my DI, I pitch an idea people might like to see. Nice! I'm glad we all have those kind of plans. But, so for Twilight's playlist that I put together, so like I mentioned before, I try to put playlists together for characters to show, like, what kind of personalities that they may tend to have, or what kind of energy they may radiate, in order to give people another idea of how these characters are going to feel once we initially meet them. For Twilight, I wanted to look for soundtracks that not only made them feel welcoming, so there are some tracks on here that do give off some like warm friend energy, but also I wanted to include some tracks to showcase that Twilight is also a person that you don't want to take her kindness for granted. She is in fact a person who looks like a cinnamon roll could actually kill you, so do not give her a reason why. See, here at Realm War Streams, we do enjoy a woman who is strong, independent, and can take care of herself, but also doesn't have to be a complete bitch about it. Because what good is you talking about how strong and independent of a person you are when you're gonna be an asshole about it? Like Sakura? I don't know if I'd say, like, Sakura. It's like, okay. I guess if anything, I'd say maybe later rendition of Sakura. Because let's be real here, when Sakura started out in Naruto, she absolutely was a bitch. Oh yeah, I know what Sakura you were talking about, but like, yeah, no, like, let's be real here. When we first met Sakura, she was absolutely a bitch. Like, she was awful in Naruto. And like, cause the only person she actually cared about was Sasuke. Like, she didn't care about anyone else getting hurt. She was just, she was literally just all about Sasuke. Like, I'd say a bit later within Naruto, like, especially more so later Shippuden, where she does grow up a bit more, and she does show more caring towards people other than Sasuke. I'd say that's more so the kind of Twilight that I'm taking it. I'd also say, you know, because, you know, it gets me an excuse to talk more about this, Thorn Harvestar from Bone, again, someone who's very hospitable, someone who's very caring, someone who's very kind, very endearing and loving. So yeah, something like that. Just someone who's just extremely supportive, but does have a backbone. Okay. Alright, hold on, I'm getting called again. So, this is a little awkward, guys. I am very sorry about having to do this, but I do have to put this on the BRB screen because someone forgot to bring their phone to work again. And I have to go out and give it to them. Yep. So yeah, I am very sorry for putting you all in this awkward position here, but yeah, I do have to go on the BRB screen, but I will be back as soon as I can. Don't go anywhere.
Alright.
Actually, I will say before I do go. Okay, I just wanted to check the playlist that's going on as well. But something that I will say. Well, it's fun, but no. Well, it's fun, but if Rum comes back, tell him I gotta run. Yeah, no, don't worry. I'm still here for a little bit, cause before I do end up going, I do want to make mention that we are still doing the follower goals. So we are getting a bit closer to the 200 follower mark, and if we do get to that point, I will end up holding a raffle during this stream, and you will basically have a chance to possibly win a free art piece of you having Kamiko fight whoever it is that you want. That is when we reach the 200 follower mark. Just letting you know that that's there. But until then, is the background music from Earthbound sounds familiar? Yes, it is. So yeah, if we reach 200 followers, we'll be holding an art raffle. But yeah, until then, yeah, I gotta go help someone get their phone back. So I will be back. So be patient with me.
In the meanwhile, I is here to fill in some data, hopefully. And probably not to just fill in the void with sounds of crunch of pizza when that is later made. Can't love those 3 pixels. There we go. I love how it's saying and trying to fly back out the commentary about it. I'm just focusing on art because that just happens to be something I can always keep doing. It's probably why I'm never going to return to art streams on my own if I ever turn to streaming. Well, if I ever try to, I can word well. If I ever do try to get back into streaming, streaming art, it would probably just be done with friends, having conversations in the background, because I guess someone helps me focus, possibly. I do have to constantly remind myself every now and then. I do have to speak up because it would be my stream then. But that is just a what if I ever return to doing art streams. Because it's just something I don't. Just something I don't do quite often. Don't roll that shadow. That's gonna be funky. That would be a funky shadow there. I want it to look correct, not really weird. Which I guess is normal for this shading in general. So what to do is how the fuck you're supposed to do the shading. It'll be done so much before you say, my source is animated the fuck up.
Okay, I am back. I am terribly sorry.
Yeah, welcome back.
It's... You give me more comfortable, because God, these socks are making my feet sweat. Yeah, again, I'm very sorry for that intrusion. Can I get 10 follows? Please, por favor. I will never ask for anything ever again. Okay, so how about the rest of you? How's the rest of chat doing? How are you guys feeling? We all good? We all Gucci? We all nice and settled in? I'm nice and settled in. In fact, let me get a swig of my water.
I mean, got my phones all ready, but all of a sudden ready by the time you came back.
Yeah. It's like, listen, next time she forgets her phone, I'm stapling it to her hand. Because, like, as soon as I came in, she's just like, I'm gonna need you to remind me to not make me lose my phone. Like, listen, I'll just tie it to your hand, and there, you won't lose it. Anywho, so back to working on the lady here, working on the Twilight. So, hi, I have a random Twilight question. Do they have any hobbies? So I guess if we're talking specifically hobbies for Twilight, so I mean, she does do like martial arts training on the side. She does she does work to be a she does try to work to be a student educator one day. I guess if there's anything that I could say is like a hobby or whatnot of hers, actually, I don't think I've really ever thought of like any kind of pastime for her to generally have, because honestly, like, as soon as we do meet her, the biggest thing is we do end up meeting her. We do see a little bit of what her home life is like. Wow, I said those words completely backwards. What her home life is like. But not that long afterwards, she does end up getting thrusted into the invasion of the Shadow Realm that ends up ravaging so much of the realm of humanity that she ends up being forced into having this sudden new life that she has to live, that knowing some of the hobbies that she has isn't something that tends to occur. I guess if one thing about Twilight is that she is a doodler. She's not a good one. She's not a good doodler, but the stuff that she draws is coherent enough to know what it is. And like her like drawing stuff actually is something I do plan to have as a thing that comes up that benefits the story sometime later on. Hey, she tries. That's all that matters. It is true. Although it's probably not fun when you're in the middle of trying to make a design for something, and then you just have this giant noodle-length dragon looking at your drawing and go, that looks like shit. It's like, well, fine, Amara, you do it then. It's like, you're so good at this. Here's a pen and paper. You do it. It's like, I have really big hands, Twilight. I will snap that pencil without even trying. It's like, well, then leave me alone. I guess if it also, like, accommodates to anything. Watch Kumiko look at Twilight's dude and be like, is that a battle map or a fucked up dog? No, Kumiko wouldn't be rude like that. If anything, if he didn't know, like, what something was, he would just look at Twilight and just go, so, what is this? Like, he wouldn't try to be rude or anything, but, like, I'm sure Twilight would probably be just looking at Kamiko a little bit, just going, like, you really can't tell what this is? Like, should I know what it is? But it's one of those things where Twilight understands that Kamiko still has ways to go to learn things, but at the same time, she just can't help but think in her head, God damn it, this guy is stupid.
This is the guy that's gonna save the realms?
It's like, this is our hero. It's like, I know I'm patient. It's like, I'm patient with this guy, but please throw me a bone once in a while. She does take the time to learn a bit about dragon culture and whatnot while she's with Kamiko and everything. Because, I mean, she is surrounded by dragons, so might as well learn about the new lifestyle she's living. Yeah, that sounded more funny than rude in my head. Sorry, I meant that as like a comedic moment of the prototype trying to figure it out on his own and getting it wrong. Yeah. Well, something else to also keep in mind as well with Kamiko is that the guy is like such a good boy that he doesn't swear much. In fact, if at all. Like, he definitely is. I'd say Kamiko definitely is in the category of could say fuck, but chooses not to. Compared to Twilight, where it's like, Twilight could say fuck, absolutely chooses to. In fact, one scenario I did have in my head that would be 100% a thing Twilight would do is that if they were at, like, say her and Kamiko are just chilling out, hanging out, maybe at, say, some kind of rap concert, and suddenly the person on stage were to challenge Kamiko to a rap battle, Kamiko wouldn't understand how that goes, because for one thing, he doesn't really understand music like that, and he also doesn't understand that he's being insulted in rap form, so he doesn't even know how to dish it back. And he's just being called all these horrible things, which would result in Twilight just picking up the mic and her doing the rap battle instead and just trashing the other guy miserably. Like, Twilight would 100% be like, you know what Twilight would be? She'd be that friend that Stitch is. Like, oh, this person insulted you for having a dead mom? Well, here, not only will I let you beat them up because they deserve it, I'm gonna take pictures. It's like, Kamiko, your mother would be so disappointed. Go get her! It just pulls out the camera. Get yourself a friend like Twilight. It's like I mentioned, you do not take advantage of her kindness. It will come back and bite you. Play stupid games, you win stupid prizes, and she's giving out the prizes.
The prize is one punch to your face in particular.
Yep. One thing I'm realizing is the fact that my sense of humor is akin to South Park than I originally perceived it. Standard Dragon Ball joke. I don't know how to feel about this. Well, no, I can maybe see if that was probably like a style of humor that you surrounded yourself with the most, and you're just, because the thing about this, and the thing, like, as a writer that you do want to consider, is that you may have an idea that you think is really funny, or something that, okay, if I had my characters do this, I think people would just have an absolute riot. But something to also consider is this something my character would do within reason? And if I feel like they wouldn't, then I debate whether or not that I do it. Because sometimes taking your character out of character can serve as a funny bit. Like, I will always go back to Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends with Wilt, where Blue tries to guilt trip him into getting the new bedroom, where he's like, but if you don't let me have it, then you'll hurt my feelings. And Wilt, the typically, like, sweet, lovable guy with a heart of gold, just dead-ass looks at Blue and goes, yeah, see, I thought about that, and the thing is, I really don't care. And it's just the fact that that came from Wilt, of all people, is what makes that joke so funny. Because if Coco said it, it wouldn't be nearly as funny. Because we know Coco is a sassy bitch. We also wouldn't... It also wouldn't be... It would maybe be a little funny from Eduardo, but we've seen Eduardo get pushed over the edge before. It really is Wilt who's just the more kind, generous individual that would have that honestly has a hard time telling people no. And it's the fact that he's the one who says it is what makes it so funny. But you also want to make sure at the same time those kind of statements or those kind of jokes that you make don't come off as too mean-spirited. Because, again, there's taking someone out of character to, like, as a joke because maybe someone deserved it. Because let's be real here, Blue fucking deserved it. He's a little shit. But then there's also just having them take the bit so far that it's like, dude, that was messed up. So it really is just dependent on, okay, does this seem like something that your character would do? And would they do it within reason? Is why I end up deciding to do something like this. But it's why it's like I could sit here and be like, you know, oh yeah, Kamiko 100% could walk up to this guy and rip his face off. But would he do it, though, is the question. And that's the thing you gotta ask yourself when it comes to writing and portraying your characters. That, sure, they could do it, but realistically to their character, would they? Oh, excuse me for that. Just hold on, I just want to take care of a couple of things on the side here. Then I'll get right back to things. Yeah, I should keep that more in mind. Yeah, it's something to definitely keep in mind when you do go about writing and portraying characters. It's especially something that I've learned to keep in mind when it comes to Dungeons & Dragons. Because, especially with something like Dungeons & Dragons, because you're playing with multiple people, just doing obnoxious things to the party because, oh, well, it's what my character would do, doesn't usually get met with the most positive of reception. It's like, oh, so you're basically telling me that you picked a character to play in this campaign that would purposefully screw us over. It's like, well, it's what my character would do. Yeah, but you know what our characters don't want to do? They don't want to die. And you're making that hard. But the character bio says, you know what, get out of my table. Yeah. In fact, it's part of the reason why, because I actually did want to be a player for Crafty's recent campaign that he was doing, but the only reason I ended up not doing so is because part of the stipulations he wanted for each of the party members is something that it wouldn't fall in line with the character I wanted to bring in, so I just pretty much just said, you know what, I think I'll just wait for a mini campaign he does where they're a bit more appropriate.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me
This
get...
is not even close, boy.
You wanted to bring Kamiko in, didn't you? No! See, here's the thing, Mean Boy. I I brought Kamiko into a D&D thing one time. It was a one-shot to help my friend Danny get into the DMing shoes. It literally took that one-shot for me to just go, so, I'm never using this character in a campaign in a D&D again. Not because they were too hindering to the party. Literally the opposite. They were too broken. They literally soloed the entire one-shot. But, no. The character I actually wanted to bring in was my Dragonborn Paladin, Kedra. You probably see him in Spiffy Needle Geek's Curse of Strahd campaigns. That's where he first made his appearance in. And he has grown to be my favorite D&D character that I have made. And if I am to go into other people's D&D campaigns, which I certainly don't mind doing, he is absolutely my go-to to wanting to play in their campaigns with, because he's fun, he's great, he's a great character. I love all the things that I've done with him as a character, and I'd love to showcase more people, hey, this is why he's my favorite. But because of the type of setting and the type of things that Crafty wanted for each of his players to have, I just felt like because of Kadrot's nature, it wouldn't be appropriate to have him. So that's why I decided, okay, I'll just step out for this. And if there comes a moment where it's a bit more appropriate to have him, then absolutely I'll submit an application for his campaigns. But yeah, no. Unless there's actually a way to really balance Kamiko as a character, he is not being put into a D&D session. Because I also wanted to put this in mind as well. He was only level 3 when we were doing this one-shot, and he soloed the whole thing.
Never makes D&D more than homebrew.
Yep. Because the kind of homebrew that we were doing was, we were trying to have, like, a bit of adjustments with the 4 Elements Monk subclass. Because 4 Elements Monk is considered the worst variation of Monk. But the thing that we ended up going with was a variation of it that felt very much more in line of, say, an Avatar The Last Airbender type of character with all, like, the bending of elements and whatnot. And I also want to put this out there as well. Kamiko, with this build, only had 4 of his 8 elements on him, and at level 3, and still soloed the whole damn thing. Could you imagine if we made him even more accurate to his character? It's like, just make the campaign solo player at that point.
At that point, the crowd would be like, just make a book or something, God.
It's like, hey, you know what? That's exactly what I'm doing, Crafty. I'm going to be making a book. In fact, I'm working on the characters for that book as we speak. That's what the lore-a-thon is for. But yeah, no, like, that's also just another recommendation for people who get into D&D. If you're going to make that kind of a character, just write a book for them. If you're going to try to give them, like, that much main character syndrome, just make them a main character in your own story. Like, don't take up someone's D&D time for that. Because that's not fun.
Yeah, learn to step back out of the spotlight every once in a while.
Yeah, exactly. Because we've had a couple of issues in some of our sessions. Like, it doesn't happen too often where... but it does occasionally happen where we feel some people just take a little too much of the spotlight away from others, where we're probably getting to some kind of character development with them or big character moment with them, and then suddenly they just step in and decide, oh, I'm not going to make this about my characters. Like, we were just about to do something big and substantial for this character. You just took their moment. Like, don't do that. In fact, one of those sessions of Curse of Strahd that happened that way, that VOD has been deleted because we've yeeted whoever that player was out of our circles.
Yep. Unless to speak of them, the better.
Yes. But, yeah, let's just say, after just that single one-shot, Kamiko has been put on the banned list. Oh, hello there, Jonah.
Hello.
Well, welcome to day 3 of the lore-a-thon. We're working on more of Twilight.
Nice.
Yeah. That being said, there is a Rise to Superior character I did make into a D&D character, and she actually fit in, like, perfectly well, and that was Riona. In fact, she was the first character that I made into a D&D character, because my thing initially was that, because I was new into D&D, I wanted to make characters, like, I wanted to play as characters that I'm a bit more familiar with being able to play as, and what better character to do that than one that I am making for my own story, like my own OC. Like I can just repurpose her for D&D, and that's perfectly fine. She's nowhere near as broken as Kamiko, so it's fine. She won't break a campaign in half. Every time Realm looks at the monk, his first thought, okay, don't make another Kamiko. Actually, it's funny you say that, Meme Boy. I actually do have another monk character, and his name is Gamataki. He's based on a Greninja. And I'm actually playing him in the Ravnica campaign. Because, the Grung race can do funny things. Especially when you decide to be a martial class, then you just get even funnier. Because, hey, did you know every time I punch you, you have to make a con save, and if you fail it, you get poisoned?
No.
Well, if you choose the Grung race and you choose to be a martial class, that's something you can do. You basically have poison punches. And then, there actually was another point where, Danny was gonna try again with another one-shot, except that it was gonna be like a Nights into Dreams themed. God, hold on, I need to get a drink of water. My throat is backed up.
Oh shit.
Okay, but, she was gonna do a Nights into Dreams themed campaign. And funny enough, I was actually gonna bring Twilight into this.
And
Ultimately, it ended up, the campaign ended up not happening, because I think just things on Danny's end just started getting caught up. She didn't get enough players to, be a part of this, and we just ultimately just said, I guess we're just gonna scrap this. Because she's been trying to, like, see if she can get a D&D session off for quite some time. She tried to go for a wholly original campaign that ended up not working out. The Knights one-shot ended up not working out. It wasn't until Strixhaven when we were finally able to get her some footing of like, okay, finally Danny can DM a campaign. But yeah, Twilight would have just been a typical human fighter. No magical attributes whatsoever.
And speaking of D&D, I made another character in Hero Forge that I think Lucy would love, if you know who I'm talking about.
Ooh. I think you're gonna post it somewhere?
I'll post it in the No Mic chat.
Okay.
And boom.
Hey! It's Leon!
Yes. Leon! Fucking her reaction to that, she was just like, oh my god, yes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's very hard not to love Leon. He is peak himbo.
I'll admit, he is a badass.
Yeah, he's a badass, but he's also peak himbo. It's like, I sent my right hand to dispose of you. Your right hand comes off?
I'm going to kick everyone's ass, I'm going to rule the world, and I'm going to fucking beat the shit out of Goku! The fucking reaction to that!
I'll see ya. Mean Boy, thank you for the hydrate redeem. I got that taken care of. But yeah, more about the good being Twilight. Because I actually remember, like, because back when I was streaming more on YouTube, I actually did end up trying to run a poll of who people thought was the best girl for Rise to Superior. Twilight won that poll. Which honestly, I was a bit taken back by, because I'm just like, wow, I thought all of you were gonna simp for Riona just because of how she looked, but nah, you picked the sassy bitch. You picked the sassy bitch who has a heart of gold.
Some people like them sassy.
Yeah. And you know what? Can't say I blame them. Twilight is a fun character to write for. Because, like, one thing I wanted to try to avoid with Twilight is just some of the typical female character tropes in anime where, oh, you got the ones who are just so easily flustered, the ones who turn into babbling idiots when they get embarrassed. I wanted to avoid that with Twilight, because I wanted to give her a bit more dignity than that. So, more oftentimes, she's not really going to get embarrassed by things that would typically fluster another person. She'd instead try to fire back with something. Like,
Really?
yeah, like, for instance, like, there's, when showing Kamiko to her family, her dad teases her about, oh, you decided to finally bring a boy home, did ya? And then she's just like, well, I guess I just won't do it again if you're gonna bring that attitude on me.
Damn. The amount of sass.
Yeah. Because again, I don't want Twilight to fall under a lot of the typical anime tropes with other female characters that they ended up falling under. Because I think she deserves more dignity than that.
Fair enough.
Yep. There's also a time where Kamiko tries to spell his own name and gets it completely wrong, and Twilight's just like, that's not quite how you do it.
How does he write his name?
Very, very wrong.
Oh, no.
It's like you're trying to sit there looking at what he's writing is like, are those even letters?
I can't read this.
It's like, is this how I do it? I can't even read that, let alone comprehend what it is.
I can't read.
Yeah, literally something like that. Something like that, B-boy.
What? Well, what is it?
He put it in the stream chat. Like, something like that is what Kamiko would spell his name like. It's like, are you writing a password to something? Because this looks like a password. Like, listen, you can't be too mean to Kamiko. He was robbed of an education. He was only 5 years old when he became homeless. Only 5 years old.
Only 5?
Yeah, he would just... Okay, yeah, I look at this, I'm just like... Yeah, that does look like something you would put in as a password.
Yeah.
Like, she would just be like, are you trying to write a password? Because that does not say Kamiko. And he's like, what the fuck is a password?
Yeah. Kamiko, I can only count to 4.
Oh my god.
Well, the other thing too about Kamiko when we do first meet him as well, especially when he's living out on his own, to really implement like his more simpler nature and simpler personality, the guy doesn't use a lot of big words because he doesn't quite understand them as well.
So he's not a wordsmith?
No.
Ah.
In fact, it's funny you mentioned that. He can only count to 4. Majority of the words that he uses really do only go up to 4 letters.
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so it's extremely simplistic with how Kamiko, like, does try to talk. But that's also what Twilight's here for. She is here to be his tutor. Because she sees it as an opportunity to be, oh, well, I want to be a teacher. Hey, maybe I could use Kamiko to perhaps prep up for that life eventually. Because if I can teach this guy, then I can teach a lot of people.
Mhm.
You know, it doesn't hurt to have some form of training wheels under the belt. And she also does generally just feel bad for Kamiko as well. She's not specifically using him for, you know, just for training practice to be a teacher. Like, she does genuinely care. Get the hair nice and shiny. Because she'd rather be shiny. Actually, hold on. I want to go get a bit of shine to her face. She does care, but Kamiko sounds like an easy training arc for a teacher. I mean, you'd kind of be surprised on that, Mean Boy, because the thing to also consider is that Twilight is literally trying to teach someone who's never really been educated in his life, so there's a lot of ground that you would have to cover on that. So yeah, she would definitely have her work cut out for her. Yeah, keyword was sound. Right. Like, I guess if anything, Kamiko is just an easy way to pick up. It's just like an easy subject for that kind of training arc. But that's also fine. Because, I mean, he is the main character after all, and, you know, what better way to include a supporting cast to help your main character than someone who, well, tries to be their educator. I also feel desperate to read The Rise to Superior. Well, I've currently been working on the first book. It is something that is still in the middle of its progress, and you know what? That's exactly what this lore-a-thon is here for. It's here to teach you about the characters that I'm working on. Which I will say, so if you are looking at the schedule for tomorrow, that one's actually going to be a rather lengthy one because we're working on a motherfucking Durgan.
He'll be Dolgans.
Yeah, more specifically, we'll be working on the character known as Chrome. This guy. He has an emote and everything. He's very concerned sometimes. Because he will be getting a rep sheet. In fact, tomorrow and as well as Friday, we'll be working on Dragons. Yep, the green one. That's gonna be the one we work on for Friday. That's Amara. Now, for headcanon voices that I have for Twilight, so there are three people that I would have in mind for a headcanon voice. One of them is like absolute definitive. Like if you were to pitch me ideas and you said that you 100% could guarantee this could happen, I'd be like, yes, do it. And that's having her voiced by Jeremy Lay. And more specifically, her performance as Lucy Hartfilia. I feel that performance 100% fits Twilight perfectly. Because in a way, Twilight is kind of similar in some aspects to Lucy, where she really is like one of the only people in Fairy Tail that managed to not get their intelligence stat with a negative modifier. Alright, here's my limited Rise to Superior opinion. Amara is my favorite character. You know what? You would not be the only one to say that, and you know what? I'm glad that's the case. Because oftentimes when I talk about Amara to people, she always leaves a strong impression. and which is good. I want a character with a strong impression, especially if they're going to be a general of the goddamn dragon army. But yeah, so for Twilight though, yeah, I'd say like there's a bit of her mannerisms that definitely do mimic Lucy's quite a bit. Like I'd say like Lucy isn't as sarcastic as Twilight or as snappy as her. Like, she does kind of fall under a little bit of the typical anime tropes where sometimes she does get a bit easily flustered, usually during the times where the show decides to remind us that she has a very hot body. And say, oh, hey, Twilight. And it's like, hey, Lucy, time to remind the audience why you are a very sexy lady. Get rid of those clothes. Especially since, Twilight losing her clothes is something that doesn't really happen much. Ryan!
Ryan!
I see you in the chat! Welcome to day 3 of the lore-a-thon, my guy! We are working on Twilight, and I'm now talking about headcanon voices that I have in mind for her. The first one I had in mind was Jeremy Lay's performance as Lucy Hartfilia from Fairy Tail. That is like, again, that is my definitive choice for a headcanon voice for her. Like, if you were to come to me and say, hey, so I'm getting a cast of people to voice your characters. Okay, who's one of them you can guarantee? Jeremy Lee as Twilight? Done. Do it. I'm good on that. But if that were not possible, what about Marisha Ray? And no, Marisha Ray actually isn't one of the ones that I had in mind for. The other two that I had in mind, one of them was also Lizzie Freeman. That one is a spiteful pick. If you know, you know.
Oh, yeah, I know.
If you know, you know.
I already know.
I definitely want to know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But, like,
I would love to see that.
Yeah, like, and like, I also feel she would be able to do that kind of voice very well too. Like, I could see her either using her voice for Yanfei from Genshin Impact, or perhaps maybe Pomni, but maybe just a tad on the deeper side, maybe not too much. But I could see that also fitting. But like I said, that is also a spiteful pick, because sometimes being a petty bitch is really funny. I missed the first part of that because I had to hang up on a scam call. What about Marisha Ray? Marisha Ray was not one of the ones that I thought of for Twilight. The third one, although, on the other hand, that I think would also be very fitting, you probably know her. You've probably seen her streams. She's known as the Scuff Queen. That being Amelie, aka the infamous VTuber Monarch. Because she's also a very good voice actress. I'd say for any performance of hers... thank you for killing that bot. But,
we got another bot here?
yeah, don't worry, it's dead. Siri bot got it.
Okay, good.
Yeah, but I'd say, like, if I were to take any voice performance from Amelie to fit Twilight, I'd say her performance is Marin.
There.
Yeah, Marin Kitagawa from My Dress Up Darling.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, because again, I think she did a very good performance. Aside from doing a very good performance of that, I also just think the sound of that voice also would just be very fitting for Twilight.
Fair.
In fact, if anything, I'd say Marin also has, like, a couple of qualities that are similar to Twilight. That she very much is the hyper extrovert that will drag the introvert out into the public to make them socialize. Like, hey, buddy, it's time to make friends. No!
No!
You're gonna make friends whether you like it or not.
Apparently, Nintendo president says while AI has a value, they won't be using it for game development.
Good. That is the correct decision to make.
Yeah, that's what their president said.
Yep. Again, correct decision to make, because fuck AI.
They're like, generative AI, which has been a hot topic for recent years, can be more creative, but we also recognize that as an issue with intellectual property rights.
I mean, if you have a video game company that's very overprotective of the properties, you can see the stance is very clear on that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's also just a fact too, because especially the thing with AI, because despite how much I do shit on it, it's not because of the idea that I don't think AI would have its benefits, because it does. It has a benefit as a tool. That's the problem. Too many AI bros are not understanding. It should be used as a tool, not a substitute for the creative process itself. Because the thing about AI generation is that you're not actually making an image. What you're doing is you're plugging keywords into a computer to look up images online to just mesh together and turn it into an image. And when you decide to claim that as like, oh, hey, look at the thing that I made, you're basically taking credit off of things that other people made. Because that's essentially what's happening. You're taking pre-existing work and you're basically Frankensteining monster like an image together.
Right.
Now, the reason I say that it can be useful as a tool is mainly because of reference work. Because sometimes maybe you're just looking for a pose that you're maybe looking for something a bit specific and Google's just not giving it to you. You could like generate that kind of pose in AI and then just recreate that image by hand yourself. So you're using the AI as a tool to still make something with your bare hands. You're using it as a reference. That's what I mean when I say it can be useful as a tool, not as a substitute. Because as someone who uses references like all the time just to like get certain poses done, I will use those references, but I still draw everything, like the final product at the end of the day is still entirely done by my hands. Like, I don't post the thing that it's like this. It'd be a much different story if I just took the reference sheets I used, uploaded them onto my Twitter and said, hey guys, look what I made. And then someone's like, I literally just found that reference sheet on Google. You did not make that reference sheet. Like, that's what I mean by it. Like, if you end up using it to, say, give you an idea of how you want something to look, and then just translate what was generated to you into actual art made by you as a person, then I think that's using AI to, its actual purpose. It's using it to do something good, rather than just... Yeah, I think you get the idea.
And speaking of that, YouTube is now allowing users to request the removal of AI content resembling them and their voice.
Good. Because, like, I'll also put it like this as well. The people who initially made, like, all the AI generation stuff, even they look at the things that people are doing and they're just like, oh, God, we kind of regret doing this now.
Did they really say that?
Yeah, like, even they're just looking at these people going, we did not want AI being used this way. Because it's, again, I see the great benefits. It's just, unfortunately, they tend to forget that if people will find a way to be lazy with things, they will 100% take those shortcuts.
Yeah. They just want the instant gratification.
Yep.
At least there's this whole signature thing when it comes to the whole AI thing, like, oh, this was done on Mobius AI or anything like that, which is the AI for Sonic-related things.
Yeah, or every time they do it to my wife, Lucy.
Oh, yeah, like, don't they usually, like, have, like, a little watermark, say, like, oh, this was from this particular site?
Yeah, like, they usually tell you what site, like, generated it. I disagree,
Yeah,
as I see generative AI is only as a mistake. Oh, trust me, it absolutely was a mistake. It's just, we probably would be singing a much different tune if people actually used it for the appropriate things, rather than, again, as a substitute.
Yeah.
They used to get to a place more so than for helpful purposes.
Yeah. Like, it's very easy to see something as bad when you've only ever seen something being used as a bad thing. In fact, it's almost like that's actually going to be a theme for one of my characters in The Rise to Superior.
Oh?
Yeah, Riona. That's literally her entire character arc.
Hmm.
Like, sometimes it's just hard to see the good in things when you've only ever seen the bad side of it. Because, actually, no, I think I'll wait when we actually do start working on Riona to talk about it, because let's just say that she's a character that has some very heavy baggage. And having the screen that I do dedicated to her would be easier to explain that kind of thing. That's new to me. I never knew generative had an original purpose. Yeah, it was basically just supposed to be used as just reference material that people could use. But then people were like, wait a minute, why draw the thing out when I already have it as the generative AI? You know, not realizing that because AI can't necessarily replicate art very well, they're going around being like, hey, so do you mind explaining to me why your character has 7 fingers on their toes? But yeah, no. Like when I talk about like especially the bad side of AI, I'm talking about the lazy shitheads who think that they can just use it as a shortcut.
It almost kind of reminds me of certain DeviantArt users who just take pictures from Google and say like, "Oh, I made these pictures."
Yep, pretty much. It's pretty much what you're doing, except in this case, you're mishmashing them in a Frankenstein experiment.
Yeah.
Because, like, if you were to tell me that, I mean, yeah, I use generative AI, but only as a reference, everything else, like, especially the final product, that's all done by hand, I'm not going to have that much beef with you. Because, like, okay, that's fine. Because I understand maybe you just need something a bit more specific to make this. And something like along the lines of, like, maybe Google wasn't just fetching that for you. And then, you know, you just needed that kind of a reference to go by. If you just told me that, oh, I made this image by generating an AI, and you did nothing else with that, everything else, literally everything about it's AI, it's like, yeah, no, fuck off. You're not an artist. You're lazy. Pick up a pencil.
Or a paintbrush.
Yeah, pick it up. Pick it up. Like, see this face here? This is the face I make. This is the face I make of people like that. It's like, how dare you take all the effort that I've had to put into being able to draw faces like this, and then just slap a bunch of commands into a computer and act like you did something. I did the grind. You didn't.
Just get your lazy ass up and do some real art.
Yeah, exactly. Do the real art. I do the real art. I'm better than you. I'm better than you. I'll always be better than you until you pick up that pencil.
They always tell me you're not good. But I am good. I have a hat to prove it.
I mean, I do have a hat. It's blue and it's made of metal. Yeah, because I actually remember, because I actually, before I ended up going to bed, this morning, I did find a post where someone was like, oh, hey, you can use AI to edit your videos now. Say goodbye to video editors. And I did a quote retweet of that, basically saying, Maxor could literally replicate this in flashing colors without needing to use AI. Either get a talent or fuck off.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
Are you trying to make things more bogged down and dumbed down?
Yeah. Also, nice to just straight up tell us that you just want to hurt the careers of actual video editors. You can fuck off. It's nice to know that you actually wanted to use this with malicious intention.
Newsflash, I actually love manually editing my videos. Fuck you.
Me too. I mean, have you seen my Unite montages?
Yes.
Yeah, I wish I kind of miss going back to editing videos because I barely have done anything rather than stream.
Yeah, there's sometimes I have that itch as well, but I just don't end up having the material to end up doing so. Again, I'm telling you guys, if they eventually add an Aggron into Pokemon Unite, there's going to be a Party Crashers themed Unite montage.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, because all of the Party Crashers' favorite Pokemon would be in the game. Like, there'd be Venusaur for TC Nick, there's Blastoise for Brent, there's Sylveon for Vernius, and then Aggron for Sophist.
I thought it would be Piplup for, Nick.
No, like, while he has represented himself a lot with Piplup, he has gone off the record to say that his favorite Pokemon is Bulbasaur.
Oh.
And you know what? Based choice. That is a based choice, Nick. I too am a fan of the Bulbabutt.
I'll admit, Venusaur was one of my favorites when I first got into Pokemon.
Eee.
Next to Hitmonlee.
And now that we have Metal City from Sonic Riders playing, now we have Twilight wanting to bust a groove.
Plus the moves.
Yep. And she absolutely could. She do got the moves.
She can dance.
Yep. It's actually something that she would pick up herself when learning martial arts, because another rather interesting tidbit when it comes to martial arts, a lot of it is all in the footwork. Like, knowing how to move properly is a very important thing to self-defense.
Indeed.
Just look at her go grumpy. He's a yee grump. And now she's screaming. Alright. So, for some other, like, behind-the-scenes things with Twilight, because she is a character that also had, like, a lot of different redesigns as I was trying to conceptualize how I wanted her character to look. Initially, she was basically, her design was heavily lifted from Naminé from Kingdom Hearts. And by heavily lifted, I mean it was almost one-to-one the exact same design, same dress and everything.
Huh.
And then after some time, I'm just thinking, you know what? I need to just do more with this than just make it Naminé from Kingdom Hearts. Because I feel like Square Enix would be looking at this just going like, listen, I think this is a little too close to what it is that we are doing, so, yeah, I'm gonna take you to court. This is, like, we gonna sue you, and you're gonna cry because we're gonna win, because we're a bigger company, and you're just a lonely person. Get bent. So I ended up trying to figure out other ways to... Mainly the biggest focus was trying to get Twilight a better outfit, like an actual unique design to her that wasn't just whipped straight from someone else. And there was a couple of ideas that I tried coming up with. One of them being a sleeveless shirt type of ordeal. The only issue that ended up coming from it was just making the straps actually look like they would be supportive by her body, especially like supporting her chest. Like, I would say like it's still not as big as say like Riona's, who definitely has more support behind that structure. But even then, it still looked like, at least from Twilight with this kind of outfit, that there really wasn't much to support or balance her outfit at. That is when good friend, fellow artist, one Scarlet Otaku, came up with her own variation of what she thought Twilight would look like, and I ended up falling so head over heels for the design that I'm like, you know what? I think I'm gonna maybe tweak it just a little bit, but other than that, I absolutely do love how this is looking. The only major thing that I did end up changing is that with the design is, aside from just it being her wearing a typical jacket, I just turned it into a hoodie. And I think it ended up making her look a lot more comfy, a lot more friendly, a lot more casual. And that's just what I've been sticking with. So you can thank Scarlet Otaku for how Twilight looks.
It kind of reminds me of a long time ago when you added her into one of your old Sprite fights years ago when you were fighting off against a certain orange recolor.
Yep, I do remember that. I think I was actually, I think I was using her original design for that, like the one that I had before, ultimately making the change. The other thing I was also making a change to was her hairstyle, because I wanted to have a hairstyle for her that was a bit more cohesive, a bit more easy to see the flow to, because before I felt like the hairstyle just wasn't as appealing, so I ended up wanting to change it to make it easier to be coherent, to conceive it better.
Yep.
Yeah, because
she has proven she is no damsel.
Oh, absolutely. In fact, that's one thing that you can 100% take away from the stream. Twilight may be a nice person, but don't take advantage of that kindness. She will beat you up for it.
Oh yeah, she definitely will.
Yep. In fact, specifically in terms of how she is as a martial artist, I have her like story-wise. She is a brown belt in Bakudo. And specifically the reason for brown belt is because that is the one rank below black belt. Basically a way to show that she still has room to grow to eventually become a master. You know, she gotta have her development somewhere. Oh, ad break? Alright, you have fun with those ads, guys. I'm just gonna continue talking to these guys, wait for you guys to come back, get more of this done. Hopefully I can get this done by the end of the stream. We did end up, unfortunately, getting interrupted because certainly a family member of mine forgot their phone again, and I had to drive out and give it to them.
Whoops.
Yeah, whoops. It's like, this is the second time this has happened, where I'm streaming, and then suddenly it's like, I forgot my phone at home. Could you bring it to work? It's like, alright. You're gonna staple it to your hand next time you do that.
That sucks.
Yeah. Yeah, it does, but you know, it's not that far of a drive.
That's nice.
Yeah. It really isn't like that big of a deal. It's just one of those things where it's like, I mean, sure, I can do this, but man, you just have really bad timing. you have comically bad timing. Alright, welcome back from the ad break, everybody. Hope you advertised something that you actually liked. And now be honest with me. Did you get the exact same Red Bull commercial as you did probably 7 times before? Because I know I tend to have that happen to me a lot. And I don't even drink that stuff. I am not an energy drink person.
Neither am I.
Yeah. Okay, no? Okay, sounds good. just gonna get a bit more of her hair going on here. I get a Home Shopping Network ripoff. Oh no. That sounds awful. That fucking bootlegs. Where's Alex Rashawn when you need him? There is just this one funny idea that I did have in mind though when it does come to Twilight. Probably something that would probably happen a bit later in the Rise of Superior, but how funny would it be if underneath her hoodie, like just strapped on her back, she'll just reach around and suddenly just pull out a fucking gun. Like, she's surrounded by demons, looking at her, hoping, like, oh man, it's gonna be great ripping you apart. You got nothing to defend yourself with. We're big, scary monsters, and you're just a human. What do you got? So she just reaches underneath her hoodie and just pulls out a Glock. Because it is, in fact, a true statement. The more outrageous that your story's power scaling is, the funnier it becomes when someone just randomly pulls out a gun.
Oh my god. I have a way to update autopsy. Action.
Just Twilight drawn there with a photoshopped in Desert Eagle.
Oh god, if she had one.
Yeah.
I don't know whether to be afraid or actually find that badass.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it would depend on who she's going to be using that on. It's like, who are you using that Desert Eagle on? Oh, just these demon guys who are threatening to kill me over here? That's badass. Why? What would have happened if I said I'd use it on you? I would be terrified. Again, Twilight looks like a cinnamon bun could actually kill you. She's not afraid to run those hands.
You're gonna get these hands.
Yep. But on top of that, I will say her hoodie does in fact come into play in terms of combat scenarios. She does mainly use her hoodie as more of a defensive, more as like a defensive maneuver. Like she'll sometimes use her hoodie to maybe swing in front of some people to blind them a bit, so she can throw in like some kind of sucker punch where they're not able to react to her quick enough. And sometimes she'll use it to block a hit, or sometimes she'll hold it out, have someone punch the hoodie, and then she just uses it to wrap around their arm to bend their arm backwards. I thought you were gonna say her hoodie is bulletproof. I mean, I could. In case I really wanted it to be super absurd. Super absurd. Super absurd. Super
Soup.
Soup.
Soup can.
Yeah. No, I'm not making it bulletproof. Like as much as I enjoy Twilight being a badass, I'm not gonna go that far with it. She may be cool, but she ain't Batman. But, yeah, like, the whole thing with her using her hoodie for such, it also emphasizes a lot about how much she has to try and close the gap between her and everything else she has to face against now that she's out trying to help Kamiko realize what he needs to fully become. She also occasionally gets sucked into those scenarios where she has to fight things like super otherworldly or just not natural to her life, that she has to really think outside the box just to survive. Like, think very much like part 2 of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure with Joseph Joestar, because Joseph's level of Hamon is much weaker than majority of the other characters that we've seen in JoJo. Like, even, like, his grandfather, Jonathan, had greater levels of Hamon compared to Joseph. And the main antagonists he ends up going against, the Pillarmen, are basically, like, Hamon gods. Like, he's going against, like, god-level threats as just this average, ordinary guy with just super average Hamon control. So, in order to keep up with those kind of people, he has to resort to the one thing that can give him some form of an edge. And that's trickery. So, like, he's very sleight of hand. He's very sneaky with his tactics. Like, he'll act, like, unlike, say, Jonathan, who will fight someone fair and square, since, you know, he's a prim, proper gentleman and he refuses to do so otherwise. Joseph has to be a bit more clever. He has to resort to tricky tactics. Like, one of the instances of him doing so is when he had to go against the Vampire Straits, and he had to use Hamon to trick a bunch of explosive grenades onto Straits in order to blow him up. Like, a character like Jonathan would never do that. He would never do those kind of tactics, but Joseph would. Not only because, you know, generally he is a trickster, but also because he kind of has to just to keep up with these new level of threat that he's dealing with. Because otherwise he'd just be straight up dead. Twilight has to go through that as well. She has to deal with that kind of thing as well, where she has to be a bit more clever with how she takes on people. He will cross-dress to try to get past Nazi guards. Exactly. That's something Joseph has done. So yeah, Twilight's definitely along the same rounds as that as well. She'll actively study, like, how her opponent fights and whatnot, like what the things that they end up using in order to try to get some kind of edge or advantage against them. And then once she has a beat on how these people's, like, fighting style is and how they react to things, she's then able to formulate, okay, this is what I need to do in order to get an edge on this guy. I need to gauge the kind of distance I need in order to approach this guy safely and not get blown the fuck up. She does in fact study the matchup. And now for Anki Twilight. Yeah, this is what happens when you test the limitations of a cinnamon roll. And it's like, oh, you think I'm a sweet little thing? You think I'm just, oh, so adorable? Why don't you come closer and say that? That was kind of an ominous way to put it. No, by all means. Fuck around and find out, buddy. Please, I implore you, I'm inviting you. No. I sense like I made a mistake of some kind. Good boy. I wonder what the difference between Twilight and Joseph Joestar would be besides Hamon and gender. I'd say that Twilight isn't really more so like... I wouldn't say that Twilight is more of a trickster sort of thing with Joseph, because Joseph, when it comes to his kind of trickery, is that, you know, that's exactly what he is. He's a trickster. He's a practical joker. But he's the kind of guy who would 100% put a whoopee cushion on your seat when you're not looking, and then laugh when you sit on it. Twilight really is just more so more so studies the environment, the field that she's in, and then tries to formulate a plan from there. And it's also a big reason as to why I also have her being relatively smart as well, because having that kind of intellect does help when it comes to strategic planning. you know, you got to be smart to come up with, you got to have those kind of brains in order to really think outside the box and adapt to those more scary and life-threatening situations. It's also just, the other reason around this as well is because I'm more so a bigger fan when it comes to, like, anime fights. It's part of the big reason why I really like the fights in JoJo, because every single one of them tends to boil down like this. And it's that I feel more engaged in a fight when the characters in the scene actually focus on the fight itself. Because how many times have you seen in an anime where the main character keeps getting their ass beat by the main antagonist, and the only thing that they keep doing every time they get up is going, I don't give up. I don't run away. I'm never gonna run from this fight. You're never gonna beat me because I'm gonna keep getting back up until you lose. And it just keeps happening over and over again until the plot says that they can win now. Like, they literally win because the plot says, okay, now you can win. Like, I get so taken out of it when conflicts end up boiling down to that level, because they're not being invested in the fight. They're just waiting for the plot to say, okay, now your thing works against this guy, beat him up. But more so, it feels far more satisfying. The victory feels far more earned when the character not only actively thinks about the fight that they're in, but manages to take whatever plan that they thought to get an advantage, and it ends up working. Because they managed to pull that off because they actually thought about the fight that they're in. Yeah, because actually, if I think I'm remembering correctly, I actually think that's literally how one of the Naruto Shippuden movies was handled. Because Naruto gets up to the big bad himself, he just starts constantly getting his ass beat, and then all Naruto really tries to do, because all of his attacks against the guy, they just end up failing, they don't really do anything, they don't hurt the guy whatsoever, and then all Naruto really ends up doing afterwards is just giving this big heartfelt speech about how he loves people and how he cherishes people, and the main bad guy's just like, right, fine, I get it, just shut up, clearly we're never gonna agree on anything. And then when the guy ends up making another person cry because of their true feelings for the dude, suddenly Naruto's punches that were doing nothing earlier are now suddenly doing something. It's like, okay, so now his punches do something against him because the plot said that it could. Okay.
Because plot demands it.
Yep, because the plot said it was okay now. So it's like, at that point when he finally did end up landing those hits, I'm just like, this does not feel earned.
He's got title character immunity on.
He put on the plot armor!
Yes.
In fact, it's actually a big reason why I enjoy a character like Izuku Midori a lot, because when it comes to him, whenever he gets into fights, again, he actively thinks about the strengths and weaknesses of the people that he's fighting against, and he keeps those things in mind when going against those people. Like when he fought against Shinzo in the sports festival, when he got an understanding of, you know, how the guy's quirk actually functions. And then when he ended up falling victim to it because he ended up getting goaded into falling for how it activates, and then was able to break out of it, immediately afterwards, he's just like, okay, I know how it works, I'm not going to fall for that again. So because of that, because he actively thought through how to fight his opponent, him actually beating Shinzo felt earned because he figured out how to win. He was able to exploit how his ability worked, and was able to tactically think in a way, okay, I don't even need to go all out for this kind of fight because I know how his power functions. I don't need to worry about this. So I just need to do what I know works, and then I beat him. And then, yeah, the victory just feels far more earned, rather than just... It's more than just he won because the plot demanded it. He won because he figured out the dude's weakness, and he won. That's what I'm doing with characters like Twilight. And making her... I try to make any kind of, like, fight that she gets in, that the victory feels earned, rather than just handed to her. Because she asked really, really nice to the narrator, hey, I said some nice things, can you give me a W? There we go. If you guys have any other questions that you'd like to ask about Twilight, feel free to ask me then, because, yeah, we're gonna be working on her all day. She's gonna be our main focus, so might as well invite the conversation. And honestly, it can be anything. Like, it doesn't even need to be, like, story-related. Like, you can just ask, like, have you ever considered maybe something like this for a character? Or, hey, if you were to say... if she likes something like this, or what her opinion, if you'd say what were her opinions be on something like this, yeah, you can ask me those things. Did you see a funny?
A Walt Disney jump scare. That's what.
Oh. At least it's not a John a Mouse jump scare. We're gonna make her expression even angrier, cause she'd be mad. You angered her.
Walt Disney jump scare, my god.
Does this look like the face of mercy?
No, it doesn't.
It's like, I take it you're no longer giving hugs? Nah. It's like, nah, we ain't doing that now. I gave you the chance. You spat in my face with it. We're long past that. But there is something you can hug, though. What's that?
Did she just, like, slap them?
Well, it was a punch. Because, fun fact, did you know that the sound effects that punches make in media is not what punches actually sound like?
No.
Yeah, no, the punching sound effects that you hear in things like movies and shows, no, that's not what punches actually sound like for real. They only do that for the sound design because they want to make the punches sound crunchier and sound like they actually hurt. But in real life, you want to know what a real life punch sounds like? Just that.
They probably thought it just sounded more like a simple slap.
Yep.
Or something. I don't know.
Yeah, but like yeah, like they don't. Well, yeah, well, for that, because I was slapping a hand, but like, say, like, if you were to punch someone's actual body or something, it's more so like, it's just that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a lie that Hollywood has been telling you for years.
And again, they make lions roar like tigers.
Yeah, because a tiger roar is much more intimidating than a lion's.
Because lions roar as territorial.
Yep.
Rather than intimidated.
Yeah, like lions roar to tell you that they are in fact there. And also another interesting tidbit about tigers is that their roars are at a frequency that they can actually paralyze you with fear.
Well, I don't blame them because tiger's roar is actually quite powerful.
Yeah, tigers are on some new shit. Yeah, so much so that even though it ended up not being scientifically proven, this would have been such a metal factoid about tigers if this were like an actual thing. But for a long time, it was believed that tigers are so like jacked that when they die, they remain standing even in death. Like, unfortunately, that's not a true factoid. But honestly, it sounds so metal as hell that I would believe it. Speaking of tigers, here's my mini one. Here's my mini tiger.
Oh my god.
Here's Cece. Hey Cece, how's my miniature tiger? Aww. Now she's on my lap. You do love a kitty. Unfortunately, Twilight does not have pets. Although that may end up changing when she joins with Kamiko, because boy, does she look after Durgans, especially the kids. So, I guess you could say her pet is a dragon. Oh, I'm putting that on the shade layer. No, that's not what I want. I was just like, wait, why is it giving me a different thing? Oh, right, because I'm on the wrong layer!
Wrong layer!
Well, I don't even have that layer. All right, I have it because I need it for shading. Like, why does she even have that lever?
Well, you got me. Well, the couch doesn't make any sense.
Why they go, yeah.
Yankee.
It's like, what did you do to make her so angry? Someone was walking an old lady across the street and then just ditched them there. Oh my shit.
Oh, brother. Is he for real?
What?
I was just looking at something that Ken showed me.
Okay. I know what you're talking about. I'll say no more.
All I can say is this guy is really lying under it, under the skin of his teeth.
Yeah, he just sent me them too. Unfortunately, I'm not gonna be able to respond too much to him because I do be the streaming.
Right, right.
Yeah, I'll focus on that later.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you can just give him that message for me, that'd be great. Yeah, I'll definitely have opinions on it later.
Okay.
I do not want to focus on the drama right now. I want to focus on the OCs. That's what this event is for. I think if I just do one more light, then I can move on to the next face. There we go. Actually, I'll also add some shade to the eyes and also the teeth. Oh, okay, I think I see why. I think what's doing that. this selected. Okay, now we get now we do some shading. Hold on, is this because... What is causing that then? Something is causing that. Hold on, I need to start checking layers. Wait, maybe okay, it was the overlay layer.
You alright?
Yeah, I'm good. I was just trying to figure out why I was just getting the wrong kind of shading on the eyes here. And it's like, okay, no, it's because it's conflicting with the overlay layer.
Ah, I see.
I figured it out. Because I'm a genius. Yep. Oh, hold on. Don't want to erase too much. There we go. Yep. Yay! We got Angie face out of the way. Now we do Smiley. We do big Smiley. Because while we do enjoy a woman who can kick our ass, we also enjoy a woman who knows how to have fun. In fact, we especially like one that can go eto ble.
Eto ble.
Eto ble. Yeah, actually, we have like 4 faces left, and then actually, I do also need to get the eyes going on somewhere in here too. But honestly, I feel like yeah, we probably will end up finishing this by tonight. You know, despite the earlier interruptions. I am confident. But by all means, chat. If there's anything you wish to ask about the character whatsoever, feel free to ask him. It's a reason to pin messages there, because I want to encourage more discussion on this stuff, because this is stuff I'm presenting. If there's things that you're interested in knowing about. Ad break. Damn it! I guess I'm just gonna have to repeat that all over again once the ad break is over.
God damn it, Twitch.
Twitch! I mean, thanks for the ad revenue, but Twitch! Why you do this?
Why do you do this to me?
I mean, granted, if you're a subscriber, you don't have to worry about that, but even still, it's like, Twitch! I'm sorry, Cece. Did that disturb you?
Was she scared?
No, she was just kind of looking at me, just going like, what the fuck are you doing? Those were noises you made.
They are noises, and I don't like them.
It's like,
Scary.
It's like, Human, those were in fact noises that you make. Never make them again. Alright, welcome back from the ad break, everybody. So, as I was trying to say, because I didn't think the ads were going to be interrupting me, yeah, by all means, if you have any questions that you want to ask about the characters I'm working on, feel free to drop those questions. They can be anything you want to know about Twilight as a character. And no, maybe they don't even have to necessarily be about the character that you want to know about. Maybe there's just some things, perhaps story-wise, that you want to know, like what it is that I'm probably doing with it. maybe some other behind-the-scenes stuff if you're interested in knowing, like, okay, so what exactly came to the decision of making this, or why did you think to do this? By all means, feel free to ask those things if you want, because I enjoy the engagement. As long as I get my drink of water.
Mm-hmm.
Because, yeah, definitely with this lore-a-thon, I've been talking a lot, so I'm going to need to get those drinks in.
And I already hear firecrackers outside.
It's... 4th of July is tomorrow!
Yep.
You know what? That also probably means, poor CC, you're gonna be a wreck when that happens.
Was he scared of them?
Well, a lot of pets usually are, because a lot of animals typically are scared of fireworks, and it's because their hearing is much more sensitive compared to ours.
Ironically enough, it doesn't really bother Rocco. It used to bother my previous dog, Eli.
Yeah. Well, because again, a lot of animals just have much more sensitive hearing compared to us. It's part of the reason why, especially when I go to do like a vacuuming, CC just immediately bolts from the room.
Ah.
Yeah, because what just simply sounds like a vacuum to us, to say a cat, the vacuum sounds like a roaring monster, and they're like, I don't want to be in that room.
My dog sometimes would occasionally bark at it.
Yeah, because again, typically with dogs, their first instinct when it comes to something intimidating coming in front of them is that they try to bark really loudly at it, because they want to try to scare it off. And looks like CC left the room. The other thing I would also like to make mention to when it comes to 4th of July, use fireworks responsibly. If you know any people close to you who are veterans and contain PTSD, do be considerate of that, because setting those off will in fact trigger it. Also, be mindful of when you do set them off, because God forbid I am up at 12 o'clock at midnight, and suddenly I hear boom, 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 boom.
Who the fuck, like, uses fireworks at midnight? Like, go home. Go to sleep.
The worst part is that they probably are doing it at home.
Isn't that kind of like against the law or something?
Should be. It is disturbing the peace.
Because I think they have like a law where it's like you're allowed to use until this time.
Yeah. And then it's like, hey, so we've been receiving a noise complaint. What did you do? We set off fireworks. At what time? Midnight. Uh-huh. You know you're not supposed to do that, right? Yes. Alright, come with me. But yes, tomorrow be the day where America celebrates their independence and Crafty sits there being crying and whining. Hey, Kandafki, thank you for following!
Hey, Ken.
Hey, it's the guy. It's the Kandafki. Welcome to day 3 of the lore-a-thon. I do have day 1 uploaded on my YouTube channel if you want to get caught up with that. Later today, I will be posting, I will end up posting day 2 of the lore-a-thon. And actually, you know what? That's actually something I can do right now as I'm... Yeah, I think I can actually just go to the video producer and just get working on downloading that right now, so once I finish the stream, I could just start uploading that. Let's see. There we go. There's the video producer. And yeah, I can just download this now. My computer's strong enough for that. But yeah, right now we are 37 followers away from reaching the 200 follower goal. So once we reach 200 followers, I am going to be holding an art raffle, and whoever ends up winning that raffle will get a free drawing request of Kamiko fighting whoever it is they want. And it is a piece that I will also choose to stream as well, so it's one of those things where I will also ask to keep it TOS friendly, so if you were to come to me and say you want Kamiko to fight a penis monster from Persona, no. By the way, that's not a bit. Persona actually does, in fact, have penis monsters. Because Persona is a franchise.
Persona is indeed a franchise.
We never see it coming. Actually, no, I do still want the selected. Let's go. I want to get a bit more of the shading done on here. Actually, no, I want to get more shading done for here first. See, yeah, look at her. She's just a happy girl. She a happy blonde. Actually, you know what's, like, really funny that I can't help but sometimes think about every now and then? And I get the feeling, as soon as I mention it, I'm probably going to end up having to put my foot in my mouth for even bringing it up, but it's just something that I can't help but find a little funny just thinking about from time to time. And it's that the most common character that Kamiko gets compared to, of course, is Mega Man. Which I find rather surprising that not a single time do I ever hear Twilight ever get compared to Roll. Because
From
she is
Mega Man?
Yeah, because she is blonde and also wears red, just like Roll. Like that's it. Like that's just a comparison that I ended up thinking, I guess subconsciously thinking about because of all the Mega Man comparisons I end up getting with Kamiko. That like I just kind of sit here and be like, man, I'm surprised no one's ever made this parallel before with Twilight specifically. But you know what? I also know now that I probably mentioned that, it's probably gonna happen more. People are like, oh my god, I see it now. It's like, damn it, what have I done?
Yeah, what have I done?
Did you see what I've done?
These hands. Why did I press the mouth button? But it would just be one of those cases where it's like, I mean, you're right that it was a video game inspiration that gave me her initial design. Wrong character, though. That just hold up Nominate from Kingdom Hearts, and they're like, who? What do you mean, who? He's Nominate from Kingdom Hearts. Who? Nominate from Oh, you went through Castle Oblivion, didn't you? What? Yeah, you went through Castle Oblivion.
Who the hell is Kaiwi? I only care about Nami-ne.
Like, Menominee. Like, Menominee. Do 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 do. Menominee. Do 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 do. Menominee. Do 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 do. Why am I here? Like they just forget halfway through the song because Nominee erased their memory. Actually, there is one thing I am kind of curious about. Is, I wouldn't imagine it as a headcanon voice for Twilight. I'm just curious who voice Nominee. Okay, Brittany Snow. What else have you done? Anything else I recognize? Wow, very little of anything. Huh. Oh, there were Shizuku and Whisper of the Heart. I recognize that one. I do enjoy me a Miyazaki. Alright, there's another face. There's another face, nice and shaded. And now we make her sad. What did you do? Why did you make her sad?
What happened?
What happened?
What happened?
No, you see, here's what happens. This is the face that Twilight makes when you decide to pick on or bully Kamiko. This is the face that she makes, which gets Kamiko pissed off. Ladies and gentlemen, true friendship. True friendship is when you get angry when someone makes fun of the other person. It's like, oh yeah, I managed to hit Twilight where it hurts. What are you gonna do now, girl? It's not me you have to deal with. It's him. And then you see Kamiko just standing behind them menacingly. Oh, fuck.
It was at this moment he knew. He fucked up.
Listen, you make one sad, you piss off the other. There is no escaping. It's like, either way, the boss's health bar will extend. Actually, hold on. I think I can do some strands here. Also, something to be said, too. So, since one of the things that I have made mention about Riona's character, that she is lesbian, yes, Riona does, in fact, find Twilight attractive. Like, Riona takes one look at Twilight and it's like, ooh, that's a woman.
Woman!
Yeah. Woman!
You want it.
But yeah, like this face here also just to kind of showcase that, you know, yeah, Twilight, Twilight's not completely invincible. There are some times where she does find means of actually breaking down. Because everyone's got their breaking point. Trying to get more of the hair coming in here, getting the shadings. And then eventually we work on the face to make her look sag. She is a sag lady with this face, as well as the next one that we'll be doing. Actually, yeah, I think that should be fine. I think I just need to add lighting to the top of her head. We should be good here. Okay. This going. Get the back of the head. Hold on, let me actually bring up Streamlabs real quick for this. Okay, there we go. Yeah, because part of me is just not knowing like whether or not either my screen chat's just not updating, or people are just really quiet. I mean, either or is whatever. I'm just, it's like, you know, I get people want to lurk. I'm not saying people who want to lurk have to speak up, but it's like, I'm just curious, because I know the chat's been kind of quiet.
Oh.
Okay, that should do for here. Okay, I want to maybe get the stuff back here.
Like, what the fuck is this?
I don't know what the fuck is
A
this.
man carrying a 6-inch master from Legend of Zelda is sentenced to 4 months in jail.
Nani the fuck?
Yeah, I was like, what did he do? Like, is this sword, like, legit? Like, it actually hurts? Or is it just a toy? And what did he do that caused him to go to jail for 4 months?
It's like, come on, give us the deets. Hey, you don't want to keep Twilight looking sad here, do you? Give us the deets. Honestly, though, that does just deadass sound like a Florida Man headline. Like, Florida Man sentenced to jail for beating up somebody with a cosplay Master Sword. He used the Sword of Evil's Bane for evil. Oh, hold on. I do want to get the shadow for under her neck. Nick. I'm sorry, Twilight. I can't give credit. Come back when you're a little richer. She's like, well, good luck with this. Like, well, I guess good luck with that, because guess you don't have a home anymore. Thanks, Shadow Realm.
I am banishing you to the Shadow Realm. No!
Oh, no, not even so much she got banished for the Shadow Realm, but more so the Shadow Realm came in and fucked everything up.
I know, I just had to say it.
It's like, you're looks like you're going to the Shadow Realm, Jimbo. And in case any of you are possibly worried when it comes to my naming conventions, don't worry. They are nowhere near as painful as Crafty's. Because boy howdy did he manage to get some people angry at him due to the naming conventions of his characters.
Oh?
Yeah, so whenever Crafty makes characters, his naming conventions are typically the name is usually just either a pun or massive wordplay. Like rather recently, he ended up making characters for his magician subclass for D&D, where he ended up making an escape artist magician, and he calls him Lincoln DeChain.
Huh.
And probably one of his worst instances is where he calls one of his villains Mr. Meaner.
Mr. Meaner?
Yeah. Do you not get the joke? If you say it really fast, you might get it. I came back to a Dr. Crafty villain name. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, I was just basically saying that, don't worry, my character's naming conventions are nowhere near as painful as Crafty's. And I was just telling Jonah that, one of his villain's names is Mr. Meaner. There you go.
It sounds like a childish villain character in a children's show.
Okay, so, okay, so I take it that you don't get the wordplay on that.
I do not.
Do you know what a misdemeanor is?
Oh.
It is.
Oh, okay.
He understands now.
Yeah, he gets it. The wheel spun.
Well, call me a fucking idiot!
And then, yeah, Mean Boy, I was also then mentioning that recently he made a character who is an escape artist magician, and he calls him Lincoln DeChain.
God, these freaking word puns.
Yeah. He's got a million of them.
Oh god, Venom would have a field day with this.
Anyway, so what you ended up missing, Mean Boy, is that, so we're actually almost done with shading the faces. I got like 3 left that I need to do, so we might actually be able to get this done by the end of the stream, despite the interruptions that we had earlier. I also mentioned that, you know, if there are like any, I also just decided to, again, push the statement that if you guys have any questions that you want to ask about the characters, feel free to ask them, just to keep some kind of engagement going. We also recently got another follower, and I mentioned that since we were getting a bit closer to the 200 follower mark, that once we eventually do reach that, I will end up initiating a raffle for a free drawing request of Kamiko fighting whoever you want. And then we will set up... In fact, actually, I'll go to the Just Chatting screen to bring it up a little bit. So yeah, these are our current goals. The first one that we're trying to get to is the free drawing request of Kamiko fighting anyone that they want. And whoever wins that raffle, you will get that reward. But we got to reach 200 followers for that to happen. And the Mr. Meaner moment clipped.
God damn it.
Yeah. And yeah. And then after that will be the 400 follower goal, where again, I'll hold another art raffle, and then I will basically be making ship art of any of my OCs that you request, and they can be anyone that you want, which is a great thing for this lore-a-thon to be happening, because you're definitely going to be getting to know these characters much more. So if that eventually does happen, you're like, so I don't really know any of your characters. Well, good thing we have the lore-a-thon then, so now you can sit there and learn. So listen, I'm always a guy who will find a way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. I'm just that clever. I had 2, but I'm gonna save my shit for the raffle. That's fair. But yeah, that's not until we get to the unless Realm forces it out of me. I won't. Like I said, that's not until we reach 400 followers, so that one's not going to be for a bit, but we are getting closer to the 200 follower goal. And that's going to be the big one I'm going to be pushing for a little bit, because, man, I'm sure you guys would really love to see me draw my character fight whoever you want. But, like, if you have questions about the characters that I'm working on, by all means, feel free to ask those. In fact, aside from feeling free to ask those, I demand to hear your questions. That is if you have them. If you don't, it's understandable. But if you do have them, you're going to surrender them. Meanwhile, I'm just gonna go about shading more of Twilight here. Has probably considered dyeing her hair before. Nope. No, she hasn't. Funny enough, though, I do have a character who did, in fact, dye their hair, and that is Riona. Her hair is not blue. She actually is naturally a brunette, but she dyed it blue. Twilight, though? No. Hello there, Lance. Welcome to day 3 of the lore-a-thon. We're working on Twilight, and we're actually getting close to finishing this ref sheet here, because I got a few more faces to shade. And then I'll go working on Twilight looking like with her hoodie up, and then we should be good to go. I might also do a little bit of touch-up on just the sweat parts here on the hoodieless version of Twilight, just to really bring that part out. But yeah, we're making some considerable progress on this. But right now we are working on the character who can be best described as looks like a cinnamon roll, could actually kill you. Hey, Lance, how are you doing? How are you doing, my guy? No, hold on. I want the light. I want to light her hair. There we go. Bringing light to the hair. Trying to stay cool. You know what? That's exactly why I have my fan on. You probably can't hear it, though, but you know what? It's pretty good if you don't. Then that means my mic won't pick it up, and it's like, so why is your avatar still bouncing and acting like he's talking when you're not saying anything? It's the fan!
And the fan.
Is Twilight a dog person or a cat person? I think she doesn't really have a preference. She likes adorable things. I mean, for God's sake, she ends up late. For God's sakes, when she goes to join with Kamiko, she looks after more dragons than anything. So yeah, very safe to say she doesn't have a preference with dogs or cats. She will cuddle both equally. Yeah, that would seem fair. Like, someone just goes up to ask her, so Twilight, are you a dog person or a cat person? I look after dragons most of my life now. What do you think? Do you really think I'd have a preference? And they're like, you know what, fair enough. Oh no, ad break. Yeah, well, I guess you have fun with those ads, everybody. In the meantime, I'm just gonna continue shading Twilight here. And then perhaps sharing another character that Crafty has named to you, Jonah. So he has another. He does have another character. One of my favorites of his called Vince Abel.
Vince Abel.
Yep. Let me know when you get the pun.
I already figured it out.
You did?
Yes.
Okay, what is it?
Vincible.
Yep, you got it.
Yeah, the moment I said that the first time, I'm like, God damn it, I don't even know what this is.
Yeah, it really is just that moment where you just say the name to yourself and you're just like, oh, God damn it.
Well, aren't you proud of yourself?
Oh, he is very proud. He knows exactly what he's done. Welcome back for the ad break, everyone. It's like, God damn it, ad break. I don't care about advertisement, but I'll suffer to support Realm. I'm glad you at least see it that way. Granted, if you don't want to see ads and you do still want to support, you can, in fact, do the subscribbles, but only if you're comfortable with doing that. Because unfortunately, the only way that you're able to get rid of ads is if you subscribe to a user, but even so, subscribing at tier 1 is more than enough to do that, and I think that's the cheapest you can get. Like, I think it's like $5. But if you're not able to spend that, that's perfectly fine, understandable. Because I know I'm kind of I know that I'm trying not to spend too much lately because I just recently had to put down $1,000 for a car repair. Fucking muffler rotting out a bit, and I had to get a replacement part for that. I say we got the hair going on here. Yeah, don't worry. Like my car's doing fine right now. I do have a back. They did check it out and managed to get that part replaced. It's just, yeah, that payment was just oof. It's not fun. One of the worst parts about owning a car, you have to spend too much money. That sounded expensive to fix, even though I know jack and shit about cars. Yeah, it was pretty expensive. I mean, again, like I mentioned, it was like $1,000. We almost got another face getting shaded here. Also, Mr. Meaner. Either someone spent too much time around Crafty or the Ace Attorney franchise. Yeah, that was the name of one of his villains. He called them Mr. Meaner. Yeah, I was just because like I made the offhanded remark to say that don't worry, everyone. My naming conventions for characters is nowhere near as painful as Crafty's. But yeah, Ace Attorney does in fact have some very like witty pun names. Yeah, I respect the man for it, honestly. You know, when you see someone so committed to that kind of bit, it's like, yeah, you can't help but respect it. It's just like, you know, it doesn't matter how many people groan at those kind of puns that you make for these characters, the fact that you still do them and you're so proud of it, it's like, you know what? I can't entirely take that away from you. You earned that. You earned it, King. There we go. Because I want to fill out that part of it. I mean, granted, Japan also is not completely against like some of their characters like having some rather witty pun names involving some of their characters. One of them, one that I can actually bring off from the top of my head, is Bakugo from My Hero Academia. Did you know that his name, Bakugo, containing the word Baku means explosion? And guess what his power is? It is explosions. I look forward to seeing the reactions when folks start streaming the Ace Attorney Investigations collections. Funny you mentioned that, Lance. That is actually something that has been going on with the Spiffy Needle Geeks as of late. Ryan has been blindly playing through the Ace Attorney games. So, if you want someone's blind reaction to some Ace Attorney, by all means, head down to the Spiffy Needle Geeks and watch when Ryan streams some Ace Attorney. There is one flesh tuber that has humor that I am never tired of. Russian Badger. Oh yeah, Russian Badger's great. Okay. This conversation sounds like 4 raccoons with internet access. Yep. That sounds about right. Done here. I think the only thing left I do want to do for this is have some tears flowing. She is Sag. It's like, why are we here? Why are we suffering through this? Who's we? You speaking French? I wanted to play VR chat.
Who's we here? I wanted to play VR chat.
It's like, who's we? You speaking French? So has CC shown up so far? The CC Protection Squad told me to ask. Yeah, she's came up here. She's came up here and there. Yeah, she's not in the room now, though. She did leave relatively recently. Funny enough, right when we were talking about fireworks. Yeah, trust Heavenly to rather be in a place of infinite anime titty rather than in Rainbow Seat 6. Yeah. Hold on, maybe it'll be better with an airbrush. Nah, I think I'll just make a separate layer for making the tears. Okay, I'll tell the squad that CC is safe. Excellent. That being said, though, Mean Boy, you can tell them while CC is safe, the cinnamon roll who could kill you is currently crying. And yet, to my knowledge, he still has not found a maiden. So I do wanna like blur the insides of this. Yeah, there we go. This is how we like him looking. You know, I follow Heavenly on Twitch. Yeah, I rarely cut on his streams. I do too. I also follow Heavenly Father. But at least he didn't get as roasted and bad as Digi did that one time. And it's like, oh wait, hold on, stream, what's that? Oh my god, is that a tier 1 gifted sub to twitch.tv/Isaacs_? Probably put a bit of shine in here just to get look on the tad, just to make it look on the tad wet. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, 2 more faces. Alrighty, we're doing pretty good here. And I think this one's actually not going to be too difficult to shade, because I think a lot of it's just going to be shadow. Because, boy, you made her angry. You did something to get Twilight to yell this much at you. You probably deserved it. Actually, hold on.
Yeah, I do not know this phone number, so I will not answer that call.
Fair enough. Oh, right, because I think I drew some of this. I think I drew some of this accidentally on the line layer. Ooh. You know, there's always a part of me that always does kind of like seeing how the shading looks without the color on it. It does look nifty. I don't know why I'm imagining that face being used when it's 4 months and Kamiko has yet to turn in his homework. It's like, Kamiko, it's been 4 months. Where's your homework? I still don't understand what homework is. It is work that you take home with you to work on it. It was due 4 months ago. You have until tomorrow to get it to me. you know what trope is never gonna not be funny? Basically, you just have this superly, incredibly powerful character, and their one weakness is the woman they like. It's like, ah yes, Inuyasha, this absolutely powerful demon from another world. His weakness? A Japanese schoolgirl named Kagome. Or in the case of Kenshin Himura, most powerful swordsman in all of Japan. His weakness, his future wife. I may or may not be using it in a romance story. It's a funny trope. It's a really funny trope that I'll never get tired of seeing because it's really funny. It's about as funny when it's also just equally as funny as Goku being afraid of getting his booster shot because he's scared of needles. Because, like, Goku, you fought alien invasions, took laser blasts to the face, you've even died before. And somehow, despite all that you've endured, you can't even take a simple shot from the doctor.
Yeah. even his own wife is all like, I don't believe this. My own husband goes off saving the world, fighting off supervillains, giant monsters, and he cries over a shot.
Does that mean Goku is weak to Chi-Chi? Oh, absolutely he's weak to Chi-Chi. He's also weak to Bulma.
You don't mess with Bulma.
No, you don't. Because Bulma's also a sassy bitch.
But if you mess with Bulma, you mess with Vegeta.
Oh yeah, you don't want to mess with Vegeta.
You don't touch a man's wife.
Yeah. My Bulma!
How dare you! That's my Bulma!
Like, aw, Vegeta is a softie.
Even Goku had to taunt him about this.
Yeah.
He's like, I don't remember doing that.
He's like, wait a minute. If you were there even back to see that, why didn't you jump in when they were fighting? You just wanted to see how far it was going, didn't you?
God damn it, Goku.
It's a goddamn it, Goku. Intelligence of 2. Oh, actually, let me get. There we go. I want that shaded. Mess with Vegeta, you might win at first because he is predictable, but that won't stop Vegeta from trying. Well, the issue with Vegeta isn't that, you know, the guy's predictable. The issue is that he becomes a really cocky bastard. It's like, wait a minute, it's Vegeta. Wouldn't it be a much more worthwhile victory if you let me power up to my ultimate form and then fight me? That's I like the cut of your jib, Bugman. Go ahead. Ah, I am now in my perfect form. Wonderful. Now to be the ever-living dog shit out of... Ow. He's just on the floor. And Cell's just like, dumbass. See, as far as I know, Goku's actually pretty smart. He's just oblivious is all. No, Goku's an idiot. Goku is a dum-dum. I mean, for God's sakes, we're talking about a guy who thought marriage was food. But there is an in-story reason for that, and it's because when he was a kid, Grandpa Gohan dropped him on his head. Goku is smart when it comes to fighting. He's not Luffy dumb. So yeah, like it's in fact, there actually is a trope for that. It's called crouching dumbass, hidden badass.
Crouching dumbass, hidden badass.
Yep, that's the name of the trope. And there's a lot of shonen characters that fall under that trope. Like Goku falls under it, Luffy does, Naruto falls under it. One of my favorite characters being Natsu Dragneel, he falls under that.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's like they are absolutely expert fighters, but goddamn do they have no brains anywhere else.
Clearly they don't.
Did Goku originate that trope? I don't know. He might have. Actually, that's something I may need to look up, actually, like, whoever started that, because it sounds like Goku probably did. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. TV tropes. Yeah, I want to see the first instance of... Yeah. Yeah, because I'm actually looking at the TV tropes right now. They're showing pictures of Master Roshi. As soon as I find my pants, I'm gonna kick your ass!
Freaking Master Roshi.
Yeah. Yeah, it is a funny trope, because it's like, you know, oh, wow, this guy's an absolute dumbass, but then when you actually pick a fight with him, I'm beginning to regret my life choices. So your basic Shonen Jump Pro tag. Yeah, a lot of Shonen Jump Pro tags are very much like that. Like, they're very stupid, but then when it comes to combat, then that's when they show their true colors.
Is there any Shonen Jump character that isn't dumb?
Yeah, his name is Izuku Midoriya.
And where's that from?
My Hero Academia.
Oh.
Yeah, like, Deku is, like, all about, like, strategic planning. Like, in fact, the guy is literally such a nerd that he has a booklet listed with all the heroes that he thinks are really cool, listing their strengths and weaknesses, and he uses that to strategize. Jonathan Joestar, yeah, he would also be another one. Like, he's also, like, he's not incredibly stupid. And also, to the extent of that, Joseph Joestar, because he's all about trickery. He's all about getting in your head and fucking with you. Yeah. The next thing you'll say is, did you plan this too, Jojo? Tell me, how do you always know? And while he was distracted, a bunch of meteors from the volcano sent him further into the air. Did you plan this too, Jojo? Tell me! I got a similar character in the vein of has personal fitness down to a science and is an absolute sweetheart, is otherwise the dumbest motherfucker in existence. Yeah. It's a common trope, but it's a very funny one. It's one that I don't think people will complain about being used a lot anytime soon. Actually, I want to say if we are specifically talking JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, I think one of the only real instances where they had a crouching dumbass hidden badass character, I want to say is part 4 with Okuyasu, because that guy has a horrifyingly broken stand, but his biggest weakness is he is dumb as shit.
Jeez.
In the one movie where there is in the one movie where there are at a bar and a guy at the bar says something like this: there are only pirates and idiots, and Luffy says to Zoro, he called you an idiot, Zoro. Says why, and Luffy says because I'm the pirate. Yup, that's a Luffy thing.
Yeah, that definitely sounds like Luffy.
Yeah, Luffy is a dum-dum who just doesn't take a lot of things seriously. But that's why we love Luffy. No, there's one in part 3. The dude that Polnareff wanted to fight fits that trope too. You know what? That's also very true. I just think Okuyasu is a much prominent example because he actually is a protagonist. Well, hold on. Why is Twitch Mobile sending me a random stream that aren't this one? I don't know. You know, another question I'd really love to ask. Hey, YouTube, how come you sent me a notification to recommend me one of my own videos? Because after I uploaded day 1 of the lore-a-thon onto the YouTube channel, I just get a notification saying, hey, we recommend this content. Thanks. I made that. Wait, not to do with the 2 right hands to use of the Emperor was the one I was thinking of. No, I don't know if I'd say... I don't know if I would say he... I don't know if I'd say, like, he's necessarily a dumbass. The dude, if anything, is just an absolute coward. YouTube's like, here's your own horn. Toot it. YouTube, I don't need your notification to do that. I will 100% stroke my ego. Like my dick! Sometimes you gotta know when to fold them and when to fold them. And right now, it's folding time. Pig, grab my dick! Please tell me you're talking about the submarine. We're making so much progress with just these faces. Time to fold them in half. Hello, Jen. Welcome to day 3 of the lore-a-thon. We're talking about Twilight. We're having fun with the lady. Who, by the way, fun fact, Jen, I actually, when Danny was going to be making was going to be planning like a one-shot for a Nights into Dreams session, I actually was going to make Twilight into a character for that. So she would have been technically the 3rd Rise to Superior character I made into a D&D character.
Oh, cool.
Unfortunately for bronies, this Twilight don't sparkle. I mean, her eyes can sparkle.
And I still see her as best pony princess.
Yep. It just happened again. I was sent to party DNS with absolutely no one. You know what, Lance? I've kind of also been experiencing that a little bit. Like, I'm just, like, minding my own business watching somebody stream, and then suddenly it refreshes to somebody else's. Like, wait a minute, I didn't click anything. Like, Twitch, what are you doing? Like, Twitch, go home. You're drunk. I haven't had that happen to me yet, knock on wood. Yeah, you knock on that wood. Okay, but yeah, after the stream, I will end up uploading that, I will be uploading day 2. So you will be able to see that.
Who remembers Maguzi?
It sounds familiar. Was that a thing on Toonami?
It was sort of like Toonami, only it was for kids.
Okay, then you know what? I know what you're talking about. I know what that program is.
Yeah, because it showed like action shows that were mainly targeted for kids, such as like Code Lyoko, Ninja Turtles, Teen Titans, Totally Spies, Megas XLR.
Did it have like a very like space aquatic theme to it?
Yes.
Okay, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, I just found like a complete collection of the Naguzi stuff.
Yeah, man, that's a name I have not heard in a long time.
Yeah, it was during the Cartoon Network City era.
Yep.
And apparently I have actually found a song that honestly is quite disturbing.
Jen, back in my day.
Does anyone know this music artist named Repulsive?
Nope, doesn't ring a bell.
Well, he does. Well, they do like custom-made free songs. Then most of them are kind of like scary type of songs that are used for like creepypastas or dark stuff going on in people's projects or something like that.
All right. Oh, so
And
I am
they're-
happy the Labyrinth is free on YouTube now. Eee.
And there's this particular song I remember hearing in two different creepypasta fanfics that I was hearing in audio takes, and it is kind of genuinely terrifying once you hear it.
I mean, if they want to use that stuff for like horror stuff, then yeah, you'd want to have like creepy sounding stuff.
Yeah,
So at least it fits the bill.
indeed.
Shade the teeth in.
Damn shame that we never got a crossover with Naguzi with Toonami. That would have been awesome.
Oh, you want a cursed Pokemon fun fact? Okay, so here's one for you. So, piggybacking off the last time I talked about cursed Pokemon fun facts with Wailord and Egg groups. So again, everyone likes to make the joke about how it's such a cursed egg group pairing with Wailord and Skitty. Did you know there's a more cursed one? Hold on, we got an ad break happening. God damn it!
Dang it.
I'll tell you guys as soon as the ad break is over. But just rest assured, it is quite the interesting thing that I'll be bringing up, because man, Pokemon egg groups can be a weird, funny thing. Yeah, I'm aware of the goddamn ads. Don't worry, I'll get to answering that as soon as it's over. We got less than a minute left on them. But I am almost done with this face. So that's already good progress going. Just gotta get the hair here, and then we move on to the last face that needs shading, and then bada bing bada bingus. Bazinga, if you will. Alright, 30 seconds left. We're just about done with that. I'll be able to get back to you. I'll be able to give you that cursed fun fact.
Jesus.
Yeah, I know. Ads are weird like that. Okay, I think there's a... Okay, there's a little bit of the overlay layer that I need to delete. Fine. Alright, and you guys should be back from the ad break. Welcome back, everybody. So did you get what you wanted? Sound off if you're still alive. It's like that moment in Atlantis Lost Empire. Alright, whoever isn't dead, sound off. Alright, so now I got that one out of the way. Now to do the one final face on here, and it's a Winky. Winky face. Actually, I don't even think I need to do the neck just yet. I can actually work on the head a little bit, then go to the neck. Okay, but yeah, let me know when you're free from the ads, everyone. And then I will give you your cursed fun fact. You will not escape it. The bits, the channel points have already been redeemed. Alright, you guys are back? Okay, cool. So, in that case... Alright, so you're finally done? Alright, so for the cursed Pokemon fun fact. So... Okay, so before I talk about the thing that I just saw, so to give you guys the fun fact, so as much as we like to talk about how cursed of an egg group pairing that Skitty and Wailord is, there does in fact exist an even more cursed one, because, did you know that apparently Gardevoir exists in the same egg group as Muck?
Ugh.
That's right! You can put your Gardevoir into a daycare with a Muck, and they will produce a Bibbit.
How?
They're in the same egg group.
A freaking waifu Pokemon and a Pokemon that is legitimately made of slime
Yep.
can somehow make babies.
Yep. I hope you enjoyed that cursed Pokemon fun fact.
Jesus H. Christ!
Pokemon show are mysterious creatures.
They sure are. Oh god, no. Jonah, spell Muck backwards. There's your answer.
God damn it, that old joke.
You know, Ken, I'm just gonna say this. If James Porter were here in my chat, you two would be good friends. Like, you two would 100% get along. Also, I was just talking a little bit to Jordan in DMs, telling him, like, you know, hey, if you want to jump to the call, you know, he's more than welcome to do so. He did say to me, though, he did see the clip with you, Jonah, and he's like, God, you're thick.
Wait, what?
Yeah, he's...
Wait, which clip?
Yeah, he's like, the one where you, where you understood what misdemeanor was, and what the joke behind that name was.
Oh.
And he's like, God, you have a thick skull. It's like, damn.
Hey, it's not my fault that I have a hard time understanding shit.
Man's never heard of a misdemeanor.
Well, it's just that I know what it is. It's just the way it was pronounced just made me think differently.
Yeah. Wait, does Mr. Purple Suit follow you? Yeah, he does. And he also does occasionally talk to me about like, some things involving, like, usually sometimes warning me about certain people who may come to streams and whatnot. Because, like, as much of a gremlin as James can come off as, he's a very good mod. I mean, granted, he doesn't mod for my streams, but, like, he mods for a bunch of other people's streams. Like, he mods for Crafty, he mods for Blaze, he mods for Caden, he mods for Heaton. Like, he mods for a lot of people. It's actually kind of the reason why I kind of don't want to ask him to be a mod for my stuff, because he already mods for so many other people. And I'd rather not put more on a guy's plate if it's like, I mean, yeah, I'm already modding for so many people as is. Weird, I thought he would be here all the time. He sometimes shows up. Not always, but sometimes he does. Like, I'd say one of the things about, like, being in, like, a lot of same communities as some people, like, because, you know, you see me on Crafty stream a lot, of course. You occasionally see me on Heatons. Like, I've been trying to show up a bit more on other people's stuff aside from Crafty, but it ends up sometimes coming down to the point where after you get associated with someone's community, eventually they soon start joining yours, which is why there's a lot of you in here that I do end up recognizing, because it's like, oh hey, I know you watch this guy, and I've been there before, and then, you know, that's when we end up following each other, and we end up we end up knowing each other a bit more outside of somebody's other content. Like, outside of me just simply being a co-commentator for some people's streams. Yeah, no, he does sometimes show up here and there. Whether he does feel like showing up or not, that's his prerogative.
Fair.
Yeah. Not gonna put a gun to James's head and tell him he has to jump the stream chat right now and give me stream engagement.
Yeah, because that is very rude.
It's very rude, and people don't like guns getting pointed at their heads. Kind of scary.
Dude. Yeah.
Whoa. I don't want all that selected. There we go. This is what I want selected. I mean, that being said, there's absolutely nothing wrong with people if you, want to give any, kind of promotion to a streamer or whatnot. Because, hey, I'm sure streamers would really appreciate having their streams being plugged and having more people come to follow them. Just as long as you don't point a gun at their head doing it, because then it's just like, well, now it just feels disingenuous.
Yeah.
I'm taking your gun away. In fact, that's exactly why I have it on the soundboard. Like, you see that gun? Give it to me. It's mine. You're misusing it. Oh no, Realm streams have gun control on them. Yeah, bitch. I'll take your AK if you don't shut the fuck up. Realm Sunkern, now that was cursed too. Yup. Hey, listen. That Sunkern was very strong to take down that Absol. And I mean, and also, let's be real here. Have you seen Sunkerns in the Pokeathlon? Their in-game stats may be junk, but their athletic stats, man, they are stacked. Let me just sharpen this a little here. There we go. Oh, no. Let me fix that. Oh, no. No.
That fucking buzzard.
How does it do athletics? It has no limbs. You know what? Good question. Next question.
Oh my god.
It's like, don't ask questions, just accept it. Because Pokemon is a franchise. And it does things. Granted, it wouldn't be the first time something like that happens either, because, oh, hey, Vikavolt moves like a fortress. Its space speed, 40. It's like Gourgeist sings to its prey to lull them to sleep. Also, Gourgeist can't learn sing in its moveset. Oops! Alright, it's actually almost done with shading this face here. Then I will be moving on to some of the other stuff, because I don't think I'll be working on shading the shoes or anything, or the boots. We don't need to worry about the boots. But I will get the hoodie, though. And that'll probably be the last thing I do before I declare this reference sheet finished. And then, yeah, any people who get the incentive to want to draw fan art out of the character, you got a reference sheet there for you, so do that. Because, hey, did you know people really like it when you make them fan art, especially streamers? The only thing I ask is if you do end up doing that, definitely do show me, because I will 100% put it in the, I'll actually 100% put it in the opening countdown slideshow. Try to put as much of the fan art as I can on there. Just to show how much I appreciate you guys caring about my characters. Been working on these guys since middle school, so... okay, so I do want to get the... This is where I do want to get the neck now. And then that's when I get a DM. Hey, look, Realmors, Ken Penders drew this for you. So you know when I said that I'm going to include fan art in my slideshow reel? Yeah. That's the exception.
Yeah, you can all draw fan art except for you.
Yeah, except Ken Penders. He's not allowed to. I've seen that man's art style. It is actually fucking gross.
Yeah, it is pretty horrid.
It's like, oh my god. It's like, how do you make something hand-drawn look AI-generated? Like, how do you do that?
You got me.
Yeah, Hopeless has hope in it, and if you rearrange the letters, it spells, P/. I'm sorry about that.
It's not a firecracker that I just heard.
Yeah, Kenders goes Uncanny Valley. Yeah, like, that's, like, the biggest problem that I have with his art style, because it's, like, he tries going for, like, such... It's weird, because he tries to go realistic, but it looks like a caricature at the same time in a way that it doesn't look stylized. It just looks hideous.
Honestly, it would have been a lot better if it was just, like, an alien.
Yeah, like... He didn't know whether or not he wanted to have, like, a more stylized, like, style of artwork or be more realistic, so he just said, fuck it, we're doing both. And then he just ends up with a style that just is like, ew, gross, I hate this. In fact, this is the face I make when I see it. That's exactly the face. Me and Twilight relate on something.
And the fact that he plans on re-releasing every issue of Sonic Comics under a new banner.
Just like
calling it the Floating Island Productions Mobian line.
It's like, please someone get that lawsuit. I'm begging you.
Yeah.
Yeah, apparently the guy's trying to, he's trying to re-release, like, old Archie comics under a different production name. And he's trying to get money off of it, even though those comics that he's trying to get money off of contain characters he does not own.
Yeah.
Like, pretty sure he does not own Mr. Sonic T. Hedgehog.
Yeah, he's gonna get sued by Sega big time.
Yeah. Well, apparently the idea that he has behind that is that he says he's going to be able to get away with it because he thinks Sega aren't going to care.
You want to bet?
Yeah, like he really wants to fuck around and find out on that one. Okay.
Like,
Jordan.
Yeah. Hello. Hi.
Hello.
I am on my phone in my bed right now because
Yeah, you just want to relax and chill. That's fine.
yeah.
Yeah, we just briefly brought up that Pender's is trying to fuck around and find out.
What do you mean?
So he's trying to re-release like old Archie Sonic comics under a different production name and is trying to make money off of it.
What a fucking loser.
Yeah, and he honestly thinks that the reason Sega's not going to sue him is because he thinks that they're not going to care enough.
This is going for the guy that
Sega.
tried to sue This is coming from the guy that tried to
multi-
sue Paramount because they used Knuckles on most of the echidnas in the second Sonic film.
Well, because he
Okay,
gave
to add to
Knuckles
my
a dad.
point- Yeah, to add to my point, Sega and Paramount Pictures, two billion, multi-million, I don't fucking know, they're very big companies, and he thinks that he can just basically do whatever he wants because he wants to, you know, ignite his furry fetish comics.
I'm just at the
What
point
we're
where
trying to get here?
Yeah, I'm just at the point where I'm like, you know what, Penders? You go right ahead. You fuck around and find out. I'm gonna laugh when you do.
Yeah, it's like, you know what? Give it a try.
Yeah.
Go ahead. See what happens.
Yeah, like Jordan, I'm that DM who's looking at him going, well, you can certainly try.
Yeah, it's the certain brand of you can certainly try by going like, okay, this is a terrible idea, but I'm gonna let you learn the hard way why it's a bad idea.
Yeah. Also, welcome back, Pikmin.
Which is like, okay, if you want to kill the Manticore cub, you go right ahead, buddy. And then everyone dies.
Yeah, yeah,
Or
TPK.
gets close to it. Yeah, because like you went after the Manticore's baby, you monster.
Yeah, so you fucking idiot. What do you
That
think was
being
gonna
said-
happen?
That being said, not got away with it.
Yeah.
Everyone died.
The end.
Only in Critical Role it doesn't happen because the plan actually worked this time. It was still horrible, but it's like, hey, do I have advantage? Because it's a baby. It doesn't have an armor class.
Yeah.
Actual words that were said. I have one more day until vacation finally starts, so
Yay!
I can finally rest. I can finally have peace. Finally.
Yeah, and I also believe there's going to be a day on the schedule where you'll definitely be able to have some input on it because we'll be talking crossovers.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And it'll involve a character that you've made, in fact, because it's funny because during day one of the lore stream, I was talking about like the potentials for crossovers for the Rise of Superior are technically limitless because Kamiko could literally just go to any universe possible as long as he can just portal there to it. But you and me actually have one that we canonically want to make a thing.
Yeah. I'm just also. That also reminds me, I'm going through yet another revision for my story.
Yeah.
Which, you know, with writing, it's kind of a common practice. You're not gonna get everything down in one draft. You
Oh, yeah.
gotta make multiples.
Oh yeah, like you always gotta have like multiple drafts. Like nothing, it's rare when something is ever done in one draft. Like not all of us can be hoodwinked.
Yeah, exactly. And the only reason that my writing has developed at this point is because, you know, I've, you know, taken a look at what I've gotten, what I've drafted so far, went like, I don't like this, I'm gonna change that. Ooh, what if we move this to here? Or things like that. Which,
Yeah.
you know, I know it's not the normal process for a webcomic, but I'm also not a normal person, so I think that's right up my alley.
Well, the other
The
thing too
things
is
that
that
I'm doing on the sidelines.
well, the other thing too is that, you know, since your thing is like full on indie, you really can just go at whatever pace that you want.
Yeah, exactly. It's also one of the things where it's like, I gotta get my mojo back because I really miss writing, and I'm also gonna dedicate most of my vacation to playing Persona 5. So it's like, definitely gonna take this time to refresh myself.
All right. I'm gonna go back to the book I'm writing. I'll catch you later. See you later, Mean Boy. Hope you enjoyed the stream as you were here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, like, as it is, I barely have energy right now.
Yeah, because I mean, you did get done with work like what, 2 hours ago?
Yes. And I'm still tired!
You're working a retail. What happens?
Yeah. I did have some amazing ribs there, though. Like, they were having, ribs that they ask you if you want barbecue sauce or not. I asked for no barbecue sauce on mine, and it's like, man, I'm a rib believer now.
Yep.
It's so good.
Yeah.
Flips off the bone, it's so tender.
Oh yeah, I'm also a really big fan of ribs.
Yeah. I just wasn't the biggest fan of them for the longest time because, I've always seen them, with barbecue sauce on it. So, weird thing about me, and if you know anything about me, you know that I like chocolate, I like mint, I hate them together. And I think mint chocolate ice cream is shit. I don't like the taste, it just never tasted good to me. The same thing is for barbecue sauce. Like, it smells great, I hate tasting it. It's just like two completely different things.
Yeah.
Like when you smell it, it's just like, oh man, that's good. But when you actually taste it, it's ugh.
Yeah.
I'd rather the meat speak for itself.
Yeah, but then you had the ribs without it, and then you're like Trevor Belmont, who just goes, oh, this is better than sex.
So much better than sex.
It's like better than sex, huh?
Oh,
It's like,
well, I hope you will like my icy cold feet when I shove them up your.
It's like smooth, Trevor.
It wasn't smooth at all. It was like sharp rocks.
Yeah, I know I was being sarcastic.
I know. I'm also adding to it because I'm a boring motherfucker.
You are not.
Also, you can seriously hear the vulgar fry in my voice. Let that speak for itself. How much I need this vacation.
Yeah. But honestly, sometimes you do just need that. Sometimes you just need that. I've kind of been forming a bit of a vocal fry as of recently, but that's also just because of the lore-a-thon itself. I've been doing so much talking.
Yeah, I mean, for those of you who are into that sort of thing.
Yep. Yeah.
Anyway.
But yeah, we be working on Twilight. Look, she make the funny face. She go bleh.
Hi, Twilight Princess.
It's like, oh, a princess am I? And what are you supposed to be? My knight in shining armor?
I was thinking more like lieutenant, but I said the British pronunciation.
It's like, how modest of you.
I have my moments.
To derail that thought, I cast Thunder Spell!
There's no thunder spell in D&D. There's lightning bolt, chain lightning.
Not the
or
sofa.
I summoned the cold wind!
Thunderclap, or thunderous smite.
Wait, did someone say smite?
Really?
Oh no.
Oh yeah, you mean the thing that one D&D fucked up beyond belief?
Yep.
Like, okay, are they doing this just to balance out the magic classes?
They are,
So-
but the problem is, though, is that they're overcorrecting it.
Yeah, I mean, as someone who's probably the only person on this planet who doesn't like the magic system in D&D, in a weird way, I'm grateful, but I'm not as grateful as I should be. Because I can definitely see the writing on the wall, and I don't like what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
Just like, for Paladins especially, because, Paladin is probably one of my favorite classes in D&D. 5th edition, I should say now. Because, they're tanky fighter characters. They're really good at fighting. So why would you get rid of one of the tools of their trade, Divine Smite?
Yeah. Well, because, like...
It's like actively making the class worse after getting rid of a core ability or, significantly nerfing it.
Yeah, well, because, like, the thing about it is that I feel like Paladin is certainly, like, a really good class for beginners because it has pretty much something of everything. They're a fighting-based class. They're tanky. They're also spellcasters. They're pretty much just everything you need in one package.
Yeah, not to mention, I've always thought that clerics were, a decent class to learn except for the fact that their spell list is massive, and you basically get it off the bat. You just got to prepare a certain amount every day.
Yeah.
But for Paladin, you don't have to worry about that so much. You just have your weapon, you have some spells, but it's not your focus. What is your focus is attacking, tanking, and applying smites to your attacks.
Yeah. And on top
And
of
you
that,
can do it as many times as you have spell slots.
yeah, and on top of that, the other issue as well with the ways that they wanted to change Divine Smite is that their change makes all the other smites that paladins do feel kind of pointless. Because something, you can do as paladin, and this is actually something I actually ended up finding out relatively recently, because I never thought to do this, but you in 5th edition, you can stack your smites.
You can.
Yeah. Right. I've never thought to do that with Kedron, though, just because I'm still a little bit finicky when it comes to getting smites and whatnot, because I know in terms of, like, regular spell casting, unless it's a bonus action, once you do a spell, that's it, that's your turn.
No, but for smites, you can just pretty much do it.
Yeah, but, like, you have other smites, well, because part of that, like, your regular smite, that's just a class feature. But then you'll have, like, other smite spells that you can do, like, Wrathful Smite, or,
Branding
Thunder
Smite.
Yeah, Branding Smite.
Yeah.
That, you can stack with that. The only reason that I'd have a difficult time wanting to actually use some more of those is because I sometimes get a little paranoid about, okay, I'm gonna do this, get my smites ready. Okay, that's your turn. Oh, I didn't even get to do my damage.
Yeah, like, learning the curve is definitely the biggest thing, but once you get past it, it's like it's incredible to watch the numbers go up.
Yeah.
And I did tell you about the heat metal combo.
Yep.
Someone casts heat metal on your sword, which as long as I have heat protection, it's fine. And if it's upcast to 5th level, that's 5d8 free fire damage, because anything that comes in contact with the metal just combusts.
Yep.
And since you're not focusing on the spell, you can just attack, Divine Smite. Oh look, what's this? You can bonus action Thundering Smite.
Yeah, watch as you get triple digits of damage.
The maximum is 85 damage, by the way.
Yeah.
From one attack.
Yeah. That's more than Disintegrate.
And they say that melee fighters can't keep up with spellcasters.
Yeah, and yeah, it's like Aura's Disintegrate, or as Heaton refers to it as Penis Blast.
Oh yeah, you mean the wizard? Says such.
Yeah, the gift wizard.
I did see XP to level 3's coverage of 1D&D's version of the classes, and for the melee side of things, it's really good.
Oh yeah, they buffed the hell out of Marshall.
Yeah, which is the biggest thing I've always wanted, because, I'm also one of those freaks on the planet who actually prefers the melee side of things, because for me, it was just easier to get into, and there's a lot about D&D that I'm not familiar with. But the thing for me is that spellcasting has a lot of options to the point where it's overwhelming.
Yeah.
But for martial classes, and half-casters that are mainly martial classes too, like Ranger and Paladin, the biggest thing they needed was a retool, because at least in 5th edition, it's super easy for them to get outpaced by the spellcaster. Because it's like, why would you even play an Eldritch Knight fighter when you have a Blade Slinger Wizard who does their job, just as well, if not better? Or, why would you play an Arcane Trickster Rogue if you could just be, I don't know, a Vengeance Paladin?
Yeah, like why be any of these when I can just be Urza Scarlet?
Yeah, which, kind of gives melee characters a bad rap. So, 1D&D addresses this, and for the most part, I think they're doing a great job. We're totally feeling it.
Yeah, it's just the spellcasters is where they're deciding to gut them.
Yeah, for spellcasting, I can agree they went a little too far.
Yeah.
Because,
Well, because here's actually a rather interesting thing about this, because as part of someone who often talks about stuff from like the fighting game community side of things, I'm actually in a full agreement in some cases where I think the better thing to do is just less nerfing and more buffing what needs benefits.
yeah, that's what they did for the melee classes.
Yeah, because the only reason that you would want to nerf something is if you think it's like, if it's super overwhelming, that like, okay, this absolutely needs to be toned down. But if it's something that's like, okay, while these are powerful options for a character to have, they're not necessarily game breaking. It's just better than some of the options that the other characters have. So what do? You go to the characters who need the buffs, and you give them the buffs that let them keep up with the stuff that's already doing relatively good. That's why I feel like, yeah, that's why buffs, again, like buffs should be a bigger priority compared to just, oh, let's just nerf everything.
Yeah, because like it's easy to make, certain characters suck ass.
Yeah.
It's another thing entirely to, to not take away what makes the character work so well. It's just, bringing them down to the same level, bringing them up or down to the same level as other characters.
Yeah.
So don't make certain classes worse to make others better, Like, they should be on equal footing.
Yeah, one thing a lot of people don't think about is the metal armor blocking magic is not just a druid thing. Most of the spellcasters have that, but some forget to be, so be creative on how to work around that.
Yeah, like, another thing too is that at least in D&D from my experience, it's super easy to get hung up on the rules if you're super familiar with them. In a system that encourages creativity.
Yeah.
Which, is a hang up that some people have that, irks me personally, because it's just like, okay, I know technically we're not supposed to rule jumps this way, but I'm gonna rule it this way for the sake of fun, and it's easier to understand than jump X amount of distance because you're doing math at this point. It's like we're playing a game, not advanced calculus.
Yeah, like I feel like the only instances where like you do kind of want to be a bit more focused on the rules is when it does come to like actual gameplay, because you do gotta actually have balance in your game, which is what the rules are for. But like when it comes to things like maybe more character specific things, or if you just want to flavor things, fuck the rules.
Yeah, like that's the main thing that I try to go for.
I guess I'll be back
100%.
later. I'm actually food.
All right, you do that.
Okay.
Take care, dude.
Yeah, anyway. That's the main thing I try to stress 100%. It's, although we did have some moments where we did, as a group, get hung up on the rules a little bit, and I was like, okay, it would just be so much easier if, for the sake of fun and getting things going, if we just did it.
Yeah.
And just remember to be cognizant about it later, because that's what you're supposed to do in the moment. Because, it's one thing to memorize the rules to an insane degree, and I applaud people who can do that. It's just, some of us don't have the time.
Yeah. It's like, you want math? Go play Pathfinder.
Yeah, if you want math, go play Pathfinder. It's like, it's a great crunchy system for people who like a crunchy system. It's just D&D is designed to be universally friendly, and they even state in the rules, the rules are more like guidelines than actual rules.
Yeah, the rules are more like guidelines than actual code.
Yeah, thank you, Barbosa. Like, that's the main thing I try to do, is just, I don't know, sometimes that's not good enough for some people. You know who you are. I'm saying that affectionately. It's just, simmer down on that a little bit, won't you?
Yeah. Oh, speaking of sharing with media, so Jordan, did you get a chance to see that video that I linked you earlier?
Oh, the one about Kung Fu Panda? Yeah, I watched it for leaving for work earlier.
Nice.
And it's just like, man, I am never gonna watch that movie, and I don't want to. they fucking ruined the franchise. And I say that as someone who adores the Kung Fu Panda trilogy. Yeah, I'm gonna call it the trilogy from now on because the fourth one doesn't count.
Yeah, the fourth one doesn't exist.
But it doesn't exist to me. It is dead to me.
Yeah.
And biggest reasons why, it doesn't carry over any of the lessons Poe learned in the previous movies, and it basically the new characters are basically there to replace the old ones, as covered in that video. I didn't think of it that way, but in a pessimistic sense, that seems accurate. And it's like it essentially becomes the very thing it mocked since its inception.
Yeah.
A funny kung fu movie.
Yeah. It's like Kung Fu Panda and safe should not belong in the same sentence.
Exactly. Like that was the biggest takeaway that I think everyone should take from Kung Fu Panda 4. It's like, sure, the people who worked on it did a great job, and that should not be discounted. But we also can't be so complacent to say, oh, it's just part of the business. You know, not everything's gonna be hunky dory. No, because from day one, Kung Fu Panda's always set out to be more than just a funny kung fu movie.
Yeah.
By design, it was stated by the producers of the movies, we wanted to surprise audiences by giving them more movies.
Yeah.
That was within the interviews for Kung Fu Panda, and like they've shown their work. Not only does it feel like a really well told story, it's also they also went above and beyond to make it feel like it would be part of the wuxia canon. Wuxia basically being the genre for kung fu movies. And it's spiritual as well as funny. You could look at these movies and take life lessons from them. Like, why do you think people like Oogway so much?
If one often meets their destiny on the road, they choose to avoid it.
Or, yesterday is history, tomorrow is a mystery, but today is a gift. That's why we call it the present.
And then you have Brent from the Party Crashers going, I see!
You know, guys, you know that monkey meme?
Yep.
That came from a really good short about the Furious Five. I think it's even called The Secrets of the Furious Five.
Yeah.
And in that scene, Oogway and Monkey were tussling because Monkey was being a little shitlord to everyone, like pulling down their pants and pulling pranks and whatnot. And then Oogway came along because they're like, okay, we can't take it anymore. We send everyone at this point. Let's just send Oogway. And Oogway steps in, and then Monkey says, after Oogway tells him, Monkey, you must leave. Sure, but before I go, it's you who will be the one who leaves. Without your pants. And then Oogway looks down because, I don't think he realizes they don't wear pants. So he says, oh, we shall see. And then they fight.
Yep.
And Oogway, does his awesome Oogway thing, slips on a banana peel on purpose and defeats Monkey. Which almost makes building structure crush Monkey to death until Oogway saves him. And then finally getting to the point. Monkey says, you saved me. Why? And then Oogway says, I see you have great skills, but I also sense in you great pain.
Ain't they a team in those movies, so why replace them? So the general idea behind it is that it's one of those things where it's like, okay, we want to have like a passing the torch kind of story. With the problem, though, is that they give no respect to the already established characters. Because it's kind of like what Bayonetta 3 tried to do with the passing of the torch with Viola, except that game also super botched that storyline.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really funny because the only instance of like recent media that actually did the whole passing of the torch story well was Devil May Cry 5.
I mean, if you want to talk even more recently, Xenoblade 3 Future Redeemed is nothing but that. I'm
Yeah.
not gonna spoil why because it's so good, but some of it. And it's like, if I can get ranty for a moment.
Yeah, go ahead. We already are.
It feels like we're reaching a point where no one wants to try anything. Like, we are so complacent that no one wants to have proper debates. It's not like a scream fest where if someone screams the loudest and destroys you the hardest, that means they win. No, like no one's sitting down and going like, okay, so you want to commit genocide? Why is that the case? And then they'll hear them out and they'll go like, okay, but what do you think of this? Pointing out their flaws without fucking dehumanizing them. And the same thing is, with the boom of generative AI, which is a huge fucking mistake. I hope whoever thought of the idea gets incarcerated because they doomed so many creative businesses. It's like insane how many animation studios and people in the gaming industry too and the writing industry are getting layoffs up the ass. It's like the SAG-AFTRA strikes meant nothing.
It's actually funny because we were talking about that earlier today.
What? Alright, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Something's happening?
But yeah, it's like, to piggyback like off of like just the things that he's saying is that, yeah, like a part of a big issue, especially with like a lot of people like within the writing industry, is that some of them are just way too afraid to actually take risks when it comes to producing some kind of media. In fact, it's a big thing as to why, honestly, it's part of the big reason as to why Disney's starting to bite itself in the ass when it comes to how they're handling Pixar. So welcome back, Crystal. Because they're like, oh no, this movie didn't do too good, so Pixar, we only want you to do things that are safe now, like totally safe. We don't want you to try doing anything new. We don't want you to see you try to innovate. We just want you to do something that's safe, easy to market, and we know can't get fucked up. And it's like, okay, but like all that ends up doing is just producing extremely mediocre media. And like it's never gonna like actually stick with people. Yeah, screw walking on eggshells. Yeah, exactly. Screw walking on eggshells. Like, let people actually take those risks. Like, again, the reason why Kung Fu Panda did so well is because it was a movie that tried to do something different. It wanted to try to surprise us with something new, and guess what? We fucking love those movies. Because what they ended up doing, they did so well. But no, people don't want to take risks. They want to take the easy way out all the time. And it's like, no. Because, see, it really is a true lesson. It really is a true lesson you can take away. If it's a shortcut, if someone calls it a shortcut, and it really was just the easiest way to do it, it wouldn't be called a shortcut. It would just be called the way. Because why call it a shortcut if it just gives you the immediate result that you wanted regardless? The reason it is known as a shortcut is because, well, you have to take a risk to get to that line. Yeah, Dad needed me to help clean, and it doesn't help that my brother's 3DS's battery cord broke. Oh no, that sucks. That being said, Crystal, you're actually in time because I'm actually almost done with this reference sheet. I'm just going to touch up on a couple more things. I should give Twilight some actual eyes. But that'll be easy to do. But then, yeah, we're definitely going to get finished with this. We're definitely getting finished with this today. And probably just immediately before I end up having to go to work as well. Yeah, no risk, no reward. If you don't try things, then you can't learn. People need to not be so worried about failure, so God forbid offend someone. Yeah, exactly. In fact, that's actually In fact, it's actually something that a lot of professional comedians like will also tell you too. Like sometimes the most important thing for like good comedians to succeed is sometimes figuring out where they can cross the line. It's like, you know, they'll sometimes like say a joke and maybe they'll sometimes say something that could be considered offensive, but they do that to test the water to see, okay, if I say this, will people get the wrong idea? Or is this going to cause problems sometime down the road? Like, some people are just way too afraid of potential consequences that they end up just not taking them. But by also not taking them, they end up hindering the options of what they can do with the things that they want to carry out in terms of, especially in terms of media sake. Like, super especially in terms of media. In fact, man, when we get to Riona, you're definitely gonna get a taste of that. Also, instead of focusing on their fan bases, they should worry about mainstream stuff. Well, I think just in general, I think the important thing people need to get a better grasp on is just have a greater focus on your product. Like, instead of always trying to please the fans, and you know what, this is absolutely something I'd love to be able to, like, throw into Sega and Sonic Team's face. Hey, instead of constantly trying to please the fans that are going to make discourse out of literally everything, just focus on making your stuff good. Like, at this point, who cares what the fan base is going to say at this point? Because they're going to bicker about everything. Like, I mean, for God's sakes, people have been making discourse with Sonic involving how the shape of his jump looks. Only the Sonic fandom will be that stupid and petty. I can't please everyone. Exactly. It's like, oh, well, you see, if you look back at Sonic Adventure, his body curls up perfectly into a ball. But then you look at some of the later Sonic games, he looks like a ball like this, but when you see him like this, he looks like a car tire. It's like, oh my god, who cares? He still curls up spherically. Why are we making this discourse? You know what? Twilight, that's my face. That's my face when I look at the Sonic fandom. I'm like, well, why do you do this? Why do you give me aneurysms?
Why are you like this?
Why are you like this? Seriously, why are you like this? Can you believe the Mario fanbase is starting to act like the Sonic fanbase now? Oh, I'm aware. Like, oh, how come this isn't like the original? How come they give you a chance to try these trials again? Why can't they just be a one and done? It's like, stop complaining. You know, it's honestly part of the reason why I can kind of respect the Amazing Digital Circus when they were just like, hey, Digital Circus fandom, if you end up turning out earning out like shit, we're gonna purposely make our product bad, just out of spite. Yeah, there is no I in learn. However, there are 6 eyes in. Fuck it, I don't care how big the room is. I cast Fireball. Blows up. Fireball, fireball, fireball. Like, you see that there are 2 gods. One says, one of us tells the truth. One tells nothing but lies. Okay, I think I know how to figure this one out. Barbarian picks up his axe and kills the first guard. What the hell? He picks the other one up. Is he dead? No. This one liar. I'm not kidding. There are people saying Mario Galaxy is a bad game now. Oh, for God's sakes. Mario, you deserve better. Okay, there we go. Alright, so we just gonna work on the eyeballs. And then once we get all these done, then the reference sheet for Twilight will be finished. For the record, pin message is still there. If there's any things that you want to ask about Twilight as a character, you're more than welcome to do so. I know we kind of derailed a little bit, but that's also, I guess, because, you know, honestly, there really wasn't much left that I could really talk about Twilight's character. So I figured just for something to pass the time, I'd at least have some kind of discussion here and there. But by all means, you know, if you guys want to ask anything about her, if you're curious about anything about her, feel free to ask them. That is the purpose of the lore stream. Yeah, pretty eyes. Yep, Twilight's gonna have very pretty eyes. She is a pretty lady. Oh, keep in mind, Mega Man. God damn it. Quarter in the jar! You know what? Best part is, pretty sure I can just do this. Hell yeah, I'm good. Mouse, you can never make up your mind if you want to be, like, sensitive or not. Because I'll be like, okay, I'm clicking on this layer. Why aren't you clicking on layer? But then there's times where it's like, oh, was that a double click? No. I think it was a double click. God damn it. Okay, since these ones aren't going to have any shading to them, I can just be nice and simple and do this. Hydrate. You got it. Gonna get this. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this will be rather easy to do. Okay, I was just seeing, okay, is it, okay, my playlist is in fact still playing, it's just, one of the tracks just got really quiet. Now for now, let me use this brush and I'll just do a bunch of blurs. Yeah, all right. Although I'm seeing probably from the time that I do have left, chances are I do like the color of her eyes. I'm glad you do. Guessing from the time, I'm probably not going to be able to upload day 2 immediately, because after this I will have to immediately start going to work, and that's probably going to end up taking a bit of time to actually get done. So if chances are day 2 will be up on my YouTube by tomorrow. So you can't catch day 2 of the lore-a-thon on YouTube tomorrow. That's something that I'll try to do before I actually do streaming day 4 tomorrow. So yeah, right now we're on day 3. Then it'll be day 4 tomorrow. And day 4 we'll be working on a Durgan. Notification. Yee. Alright. Actually, no, I don't want the airbrush there. No, that's actually a little too dark. I haven't seen your works for a long time, Realm, since you were looking for VAs years ago. Oh yeah, so that's part of the reason I'm having like yeah, my house come a long way. Thank you. Yeah, that's a big reason why I'm holding this lore stream, so I can get people acquainted with the characters that I'm doing in the story that I'm writing. Yeah, like I mentioned, day one is up on my YouTube right now if you do want to take a look at it. It is rather lengthy. I want to say like it's about 4 hours long because, you know, I was streaming for quite some time. But, you know, by all means, you know, if you do want to be able to catch up with some of those things, they're available on the YouTube. That's why they're there. But like, yeah, talk about like VAs. I did mention this a bit earlier. You probably weren't there for it, but like I do have like 3 headcanon voices for Twilight. The first one being like absolutely guaranteed that I would be on board if it were to be made possible. Jeremy Lay, specifically because her voice for Lucy Heartfeely would be very fitting for Twilight. So yeah, like if you were to like tell me that, oh hey, I'm gonna get like a voice cast for your characters, I'm gonna have like a dub for your thing happening. Oh really? Who are you getting to voice on my characters? Well, I can in fact confirm that I could get Jeremy Lay for Twilight, and I'd be like, oh absolutely, yes, make that happen. But if that weren't a possibility to happen, 2 other picks I had in mind. One of them is Lizzie Freeman. That one is specifically a spiteful pick. If you know, you know. And the third one is, the third one would be Amelie, specifically, when she was voiced, specifically her voice for Marin from My Dress Up Darling. Because I think that would also be a really good, tone, for her voice. Oh no, ad break. You guys enjoy that. I'm just gonna work on eyeballs. That's one with these smaller ones. I don't have to worry so much about needing too much lighting on them. Because they're so tiny. Actually, nah, I think I can just leave it like that. I don't think I need to add highlights to it. I'm gonna have this one going. Get the pupil going on in here. There we go. Now we blur this. Now we make these edges nice and the blurries. It's like, oh no, the normal little human girl's gonna try to fight the big scary demon. What are you gonna do, little human with 0 powers? Are you gonna try to fight me with the power of friendship and the gun you found? No, just with the gun I found. Bang, 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 bang. Fuck, they really did just use the gun. Yeah, welcome back, Jordan.
Okay, so I ran through the streets screaming like a maniac because Dad told me that Ozzy ran out of the house. He's here now. But what the fuck? That is not what I wanted to come home to.
Silly puppy.
Yeah, apparently he got himself loose from a leash outside. Also, it's what the fuck?
Yes. Like,
anyway,
Ozzy.
hi, that's why I was gone.
Alright, welcome back. I was just bringing up a bit of a scenario where it's like, oh, which is Twilight and normal little human going to do to the big scary demon? Are you gonna try to fight me with the power of friendship? Nah, I'm just gonna do it with this gun I found.
Oh yeah. One thing, at least with how I like to write things, is I like it when my heroes are mortal. Example, Batman. The trope is called badass normal.
Yep, and that's what Twilight is.
Yeah. If Batman can fight toe-to-toe with Apocalypse, of all people, so can Twilight.
Yeah. Like, man, that'd be a sight to behold. Like, hey, so Twilight, who's your opponent? Apparently it's, it's apparently, Darkseid?
Oh yeah, Darkseid, that's what I was thinking of.
Yeah, Apocalypse is the planet.
I'm tired.
You're fine, you're fine.
But yeah, like, just because of something as big as a power scale, that doesn't mean your hero can't overcome the villain. Unless the point for them is to lose, then that's fine.
Yeah.
It's just not everything can be, diegetically, theorized through numbers. Numbers doesn't mean everything, and it's like, why are we trying to hold everything to the standards of, okay, so they can do this, so logically this is possible. It's just like, no, whoever the writer wants to win is the one who they want to win.
Yeah, thank you, Stanley. By the way, Jonah, what do you think of this face?
Oh.
Like, do you want me to bite your finger?
No.
That's what I thought. Like, Twilight absolutely would be that person who's just like, you poke my cheek enough time, I'm gonna bite your finger.
I can see Twilight doing that.
It's just like, boop, 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 boop. Ah! Told you I'd do it.
Yeah. Alex probably wouldn't let anyone get away with the first swoop, because, if they know her by reputation, they would know not to do that.
Yeah.
And if anything, they would also learn to run the other direction. She would probably let her friend do it, though.
Actually, Jordan, you know what? That now just makes me think. When we do eventually do the Rise to Superior Phantom of the Forest crossover, that has to be a bit Twilight does. She bites someone's finger because they keep poking her face.
Right.
Yeah, because, like, surrounded by everyone, like, she just looks like this average, ordinary person, so they think they can get away with fucking with her.
Yeah, because, even Alex uses magic sometimes. It's just not, her go-to strategy.
Yeah. And even then, like, they know Alex by reputation. They know they're not gonna mess with that. Like, oh, is this just a regular little human girl? Oh, big scary. What's she gonna do, huh? You wanna fuck around and find out?
And then when they do find out, Alex herself feels validated.
Yeah. It's like, never underestimate the normal ones.
I'd come up with a rebuttal, but I literally walked laps across the cul-de-sac.
Yes. Cul-de-sac? Were the Ed Boys there?
No, it's not the 90s.
Damn it!
It would have been really cool, but no. God, please let me rest.
Again, like you said, play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
Yeah.
Pull a Goku and bite them. Listen, even Whis couldn't dodge the Goku bite.
Wait, does Goku commonly bite people?
No, like it's a run-on joke in Dragon Ball where sometimes in desperation Goku will bite the opponent that he's fighting.
I mean, hey, that's what being a combat dragon thing.
Yep. It's like, you punched me in the face. You bit my tail. You punched me in the face. You bit my fucking tail. Oh yeah? Well, I beat you without using my shirt. Does that mean I win? Yes. Yes. You win. Oh, sweet. What do I win? Another bath. But I'm not there. He's taking a bite out of everyone except Cell. It's true. Like, even Whis, the guy who's just practically mastered a variation of Ultra Instinct, is like, oh no, I didn't see that bite coming. Go. Also, Icto Bleh. And, well, now she's Sag. Like, what did you do to make Twilight Sag? And do we have to get Kamiko here to settle things? Because I don't think you would like to deal with him when you make Twilight Sag.
Alright. I think I'm gonna continue lying down, because that was like...
Yeah, you lie down, you catch your breath.
Yeah. Happy to have been here a little bit and give people something.
Yeah,
An update.
Yeah, like I would say I am almost done with this. So, like, Jordan, if you want to, you can come to the Twitch page and then you can join us when we raid into someone.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah, you take it easy. You take a good breath. There he goes. Yeah, I got a lot on this done that I wanted, although it's not She saw your search history. Oh no! You've been looking up what of me? Like, oh my god.
Now, I know that sounds bad, but...
Kamiko, I need you to kill a man for me. Yeah. Unfortunately, as much as I said that I probably will end up getting all of this done by the end of the stream, it's looking like I'm not going to, because I have like a few minutes before I have to start getting ready for work. But like, I have so little left to do on this, I might as well just consider it done. You know, I just got to do some slight touch-up like off stream, which is fine. I am okay with doing that. So yeah, if I don't end up uploading this, but again, if I don't end up uploading this by today or tonight, chances are it's probably going to be tomorrow. Go a bit darker. There we go. Okay. Now to add the highlights here, let's go a bit brighter. And then, yeah, there's going to be a lot of reflections going on this side. She's sad. She's upset. She saw your search history, and she's very, very upset. But yeah, definitely stick around for when we are about to raid out. Because fun fact, you can actually get extra channel points if you join in raiding out with people. Which you can use for special rewards on the stream when you end up redeeming them. go. We got the big highlights here. Highlights for Twilight. Hell yeah. Yeah, I think I can do one more. I think I can do one more set of eyes. Yeah, I can do these last ones, and this will probably be where I call it. And then I just try to look out for someone to raid into. But, so yeah, chat, how are you enjoying the lore stream so far, now that we're 3 days into it? Because we still have a whole month left of this to go through. Get the remainder of this. Make that a bit brighter. Let's see. There we go. Actually, no. I think I'll make the shine look like it's a bit more in motion, just to really show like she's jettisoning her head outwards. Yeah. You know what? It's just one eyeball. I can do. It's just one eye. I can do this one easy. I can do this one easy. It'll be quick. You know what? It'll also make it so when I get back to this to eventually finish all this stuff. I know this music you're playing, but from where? Chrono Trigger. This is the town theme. But yeah, if I just have to do this one eye here, that's fine. It'll make it much easier for me to just come back to this and eventually finish wrapping it up and getting it posted. Get the blur going here. And then, yeah, once we get this all wrapped up and finished, I'll see about looking out for someone who we can raid into. Good news for tomorrow, since I do have off from work, that means I can actually stream for quite a lengthy amount of time, so not sure if it'll be enough time to get done with the character that we're gonna be discussing for tomorrow, because he is a Durgan. He's a big Durgan. He got lots of them scales. But we're going to see just how far we can get into it while we do discuss a little bit about the guy. So yeah, day 4, we will be talking about Chrome, the Durgan. And bada bingus, there we go. Alright, so, I guess off stream, I'll just be doing these two things. So, yeah, definitely gonna have some time to be able to do that. Maybe before I initially stream, maybe when I'm just waiting for stuff to cook to have for lunch and whatnot. So yeah, so those are our plans for tomorrow. We're going to be working on Chrome's character sheet, and we'll be talking a little bit about him, talking about a little bit about some of the things he will be doing as a character. So for now, let's see here. Who do I send you people to? Because I have the options. Let's see. Ooh. Actually, you know what? Oh, hold on. How long have you been going for? Oh, barely an hour? Oh, we absolutely can raid into you. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be raiding into Cozy. Yeah, they seem to be playing. Paleo Pines. They're going back to the dinosaurs. So yeah, let's raid into Cozy. Yeah, Cozy King Siles. And the raid message shall be the lore. Alright, so, as usual stream aim rules go when we raid into people, don't over-promote the streams, respect the streamer's rules, be sure to follow their content if you end up liking what they do. When we do raid into them, make sure you go to the URL address removed referred equals raid before you refresh the page to review actually counts. But until then, this has been Realm Wars, this has been day 3 of the lore-a-thon, and I shall see you guys tomorrow as we work on Chrome the Durgan. We shall see you then.